The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., October 21st, 2021. I hereby appoint the Honorable Susan K. Delbene to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 4th, 2021, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I request consent. Okay. Madam Speaker, this week our country lost a great American, and I stand here today to remember a giant, General Colin Powell. He was a statesman who loved his country fiercely. He was a trailblazer who served with love, integrity, and pride. He helped shape American foreign and military policy for years. He believed public service was the most important job in the world. His leadership, full of honesty and listening, inspired generations. He treated every person with dignity and respect. And until his dying day, he opposed the fear and the hatred dividing this country. He believed in America's promise and left that as his legacy. He stood on principle and believed in the good of life. Today, we remember his steadfast leadership, his commitment to family, and his strong, enduring presence. Please join me in sending love and prayers to Alma and the Powell family in the difficult times ahead. And I close with some of the General's own wisdom. The ties that bind us together are far stronger than the occasional stresses that separated us. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in honor of National Spina Bifida Awareness Month. Spina bifida is a rare condition that develops in the womb. It stems from a hole in the spinal cord, a condition known as a neural tube defect. As the spinal column fails to close properly, nearly every major organ system is impacted. Children born with spina bifida typically undergo dozens of surgeries at a young age. For those who survive to adulthood, they live with complex physical, mental, and other health challenges. There are precious few resources available for the 166,000 individuals living with spina bifida in the United States, including my sister and my niece. I have another sister who was born with spina bifida as well and passed away shortly after birth. I'm very familiar with the challenges faced by those who suffer from spina bifida. It's been a part of my life since childhood. The medical community has taken many steps forward since my sisters were diagnosed with spina bifida several decades ago. Whereas spina bifida used to be a childhood death sentence, many individuals with spina bifida are living well into adulthood, a tremendous milestone. But there's more we can do. Funding for spina bifida is low. There is only one entity in the federal government studying spina bifida. It's the Spina Bifida program at the National Center on Birth Defects and Developmental Disabilities at the CDC. Americans living with spina bifida deserve the same respect and dignity in life as everyone else. Spina bifida research needs dedicated funding to ensure a better future for Americans with spina bifida. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back.
I rise to honor the life of Pat Campbell, a friend not only to me, but to many Oklahomans who listened to him on the radio every morning. Pat passed away yesterday morning after a long fight with brain cancer. Everyone knew Pat knows he was a fighter. He got his start on radio largely on accident because he would call in and debate a liberal radio host. The station was so impressed with his calls that they gave him his own show. After that, he became a regular guest of Tucker Carlson's on MSNBC and would go on to be a guest commentator on shows like The O'Reilly Factor and Fox and Friends. Pat had an extraordinary impact on radio, not only in Tulsa, but around the nation. He was a passionate voice for conservative values and a truly great friend. I will greatly miss Pat and offer my heartfelt condolences to his family and all those who loved him. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the woman from Georgia, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Bordeaux, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today, October 21st, to recognize Latina Equal Pay Day, the day when the pay for Latina women catches up to that of white men from the previous year. Latinas typically earn only 57 cents for every dollar earned by white men. This disparity harms women, their families, and the communities that depend on their wages for survival. This inequity is why I'm a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 7, the Paycheck Fairness Act, which would close loopholes in the Equal Pay Act in an effort to break the patterns of pay discrimination and strengthen workforce protections for women, especially women of color. I would also like to take this time on Latina Equal Pay Day to acknowledge the recent conclusion of Hispanic Heritage Month and recognize and celebrate the many contributions, diverse cultures, and extensive histories of the American Hispanic community and the over 60 million Americans who identify as Hispanic or Latino. I am proud to represent one of the most diverse districts in the United States and the home to more than 170,000 Hispanic Americans who call Georgia 7th home. One of my most significant legislative accomplishments was born out of conversations with Tony Rodriguez, CEO and the president of the Aurora Theater in Lawrenceville. My conversations with him encouraged me to introduce the Paycheck Protection Program Extension Act, which extended the deadline to apply for forgivable PPP loans from March 31st to May 31st, and gave small businesses more time to access this critical assistance. I would also like to recognize Antonio Molina, Chair of the Board of the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, for his hard work ensuring the Hispanic small business owners have the resources they need to be successful, and also Santiago Marquez, the Executive Director of the Latin American Association, which provides critical safety net services for so many in the 7th District. 2 Hispanic members of the Cabinet, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Javier Becerra, and SBA Administrator Isabel Guzman, visited Georgia's 7th District this year. It was an honor to host each of them and introduce them to the wonderful place we call home. Finally, I would like to acknowledge my Chief of Staff, Estefania Steffi Rodriguez, for her work leading my staff to serve the great people of the 7th District. As I host and attend events across my district, I am struck by the vibrancy of the Hispanic communities. Recently, I have visited with the Latino Lions Club of Norcross, the Latin American Association, the Hispanic Health Coalition of Georgia, and Latino Community Services to discuss how we can work together to address the issues that matter most to our community. We all benefit from the contributions Hispanic Americans have made and will continue to make. The inclusion of their voices and values in our community make my district and the United States so much stronger. They are scientists, doctors, nurses, and essential workers who have helped us get through the COVID-19 pandemic, the teachers who educate the next generation of Americans, artists who grace our television screens and our stages, small business owners who drive our economy, and the many Hispanic elected officials, some who walk these very halls, who work every day to make a positive difference for our community. I am a proud co-sponsor of critical legislation, such as H.R. 6, the American Dream and Promise Act, and H.R. 1603, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, which extends the American dream to millions of people who already call this great nation home. Today, on Latina Equal Pay Day, and following the conclusion of Hispanic Heritage Month, I reaffirm my commitment to always work to support and strengthen our vibrant Hispanic communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today to talk about something that apparently the person whose representative serves in this Congress refuses to talk about, and that is the horrific events that occurred last Wednesday on a SEPTA train. Now, SEPTA stands for Southeast Public Transit Authority. It is the transit system that runs around Philadelphia. Now, I don't know whether folks in the House know it, but for nearly 40 minutes, a woman on the train was harassed and groped before an illegal alien forcibly ripped off her clothing and raped her right there on the train. And, well, at least, or up to 10 riders watched without intervening. They didn't even bother to call the police. Imagine this, and it actually gets worse. This hellacious experience continued as the train passed 20 train stations. Instead of taking actions, other passengers watched, and some actually are reported to have filmed the attack. And it actually gets worse. The perpetrator of this horrific crime is here in our country illegally. Despite previous convictions of sexual abuse and drug crimes, he's another one that was released from immigration detention rather than being deported. Now, the severe emotional and physical trauma experienced by the victim could and should have been prevented by our elected officials, who often advocate for open borders and defunding the police. They have failed her. They have failed us, and they have created an environment where she was victimized in front of others by a man who should have been deported years ago. And while the man should have been deported years ago, the man should not have been in our country in the first place. We have laws for these things, and we should enforce those laws so that this lady could live safely in her American city. This horrific crime raises questions and concerns about where we are as a nation and how we got here. When my colleagues on the other side of the aisle decide they want to speak on this floor and attack law enforcement and denigrate our immigration officials, like the ones that were down at the border on horseback trying to enforce the laws that are passed in this very chamber, and they actively seek to release dangerous criminals into society, I wish they would realize that there are real human victims of their reckless, irresponsible, and absolutely dangerous policies and rhetoric. I hope the majority keeps in mind that as they continue to work on their $3.5 trillion spending bill that promises amnesty to dangerous criminals and puts American citizens in danger. That's what it does. Amnesty, letting criminals stay here without consequence, without accountability. But there's accountability for this poor lady, I guarantee you that. Open borders, abolish ICE, no bail, and defund the police are not merely harmless catchphrases that big government socialist politicians can spew without consequence. That rhetoric results in horrific crimes against citizens that are someone's constituent, someone that took an oath to the Constitution to defend this country, the citizens of this country. They are someone's family member. This was someone's daughter, someone's little girl. I want to commend the off-duty SEPTA employee for having the courage to step up and do the right thing, calling the police and ending the most horrific event of this young woman's life. I also want to thank the SEPTA police officer, law enforcement. Yes, I want to thank law enforcement who intervened and brought this nightmare to an end. But I do want to take a moment and ask my colleagues, how much more must we endure? There are so many others, so many other victims. From this side of the country to the other side, Kate Steinle in California, killed by an illegal alien. Derek Kitchline in Pennsylvania, far from the border, killed by the head of the Latin Kings in town. Molly Tibbetts in the heartland of the country, killed by an illegal alien. And to read the story about Nilsa Padilla, whose three little girls watched an illegal alien beat her to death, chop up her body, and dispose it. And then went in to kill their youngest sister, a little toddler. He killed her too. And then he left the country and was never brought to justice as far as we know. How much longer? How many more? We have seen record numbers this year alone at the border of these the illegal aliens coming into our country and imperiling and endangering our citizens. It is our job. We take an oath to defend them.
The gentleman's time has
I
expired.
think you get the point, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a great American soldier, Staff Sergeant John Eade, a native son of Toledo, Ohio, of whom our citizenry is very proud and eternally grateful. As our nation approaches Veterans Day 2021, I enter into the congressional record the poignant story to honor John and his treasured colleagues for their superhuman valor. They are all heroes. John, as a highly wounded Vietnam veteran, persevered and led a distinguished life as an architect and chief of the City of Boston's Inspection Division. Our nation must revere his lifelong valor in the face of overwhelming odds, terrible slaughter, wounds endured from the deadliest single-day battle in the Vietnam War. Sergeant Eade is held in the highest esteem by everyone who knows him. He is a trusted confidant, a faithful friend, and a true patriot, and a very humble Purple Heart recipient. He would not seek that recognition for himself, but would be thinking only of his comrades. In November 1965, John was deployed to Vietnam as a fire team leader in the ill-fated 2nd Platoon, Alpha Company, 2nd Battalion, 7th Cavalry, 1st Cavalry Division. On November 14th, he and his team were sent as reinforcements to the battle at Landing Zone X-Ray in the Ladrang Valley, made famous by the movie We Were Soldiers. On the morning of November 17th, Sergeant Eade and his small team were marching to Landing Zone Albany. Only minutes after arriving, two much larger North Vietnamese regiments ambushed his unit. As the North Vietnamese swarmed them through the trees, John's platoon was pinned down in ferocious hand-to-hand combat. Sergeant Eade quickly rallied three of the only remaining soldiers able to fight, Wilbert Johnson, Barry Burnite, and Oscar Barker, Jr. Together they fought valiantly to hold their position against the attacking Vietnamese. Their plight was unfortunately short-lived. Burnite was struck in the chest by shrapnel, and Johnson pulled him to a position of cover to save him. The two men fought until Burnite died and Johnson was killed. As the fighting continued, John was shot multiple times and sprayed with shrapnel. Barker tended to John's wounds. The rest of the platoon had already been killed. John urged Barker to leave him and retreat, but Barker refused. Moments later, Barker was killed. Soon after, a napalm strike was dropped on John's position, leaving him severely burned. Weak but still alive, John managed to roll in the dirt and extinguish the flames that had engulfed him, yet he continued his efforts to hold his position. That afternoon, John was surprised by enemy soldiers and shot in the face and was knocked unconscious. Despite the overwhelming odds and the horrific life-threatening wounds he had received, John refused to withdraw and continued exposing himself to the onslaught through the night, including throwing grenades with his remaining good arm. When dawn came, he was grievously wounded but remained alive. 3 days later, he was discovered by a recovery unit and awarded the Purple Heart for his massive sacrifice for our nation. I believe to my core, John and several of the men in his platoon have not been appropriately recognized for their valor. It is for this reason I and my colleagues have nominated him for the Distinguished Service Cross. John is now 78. He has lived with severe injuries sustained in battle that impacted him throughout his life and are impacting him now. His reflections on life as a soldier and an American hero remain largely personal, but his valor endures. He is a soldier still, as he's now scaling another battle related to his wartime service. He is handling this with such dignity, resolve, and even good humor. One can observe the raw courage that those of us who know him have witnessed through his life. John, what a truly great soldier you are in the military and in life. America salutes you for your unyielding valor and for your deep patriotism. No matter the challenge, you and your life are the very definition of courage. May God bless you and your fallen comrades, for surely you have blessed America. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center's Peace Officers Memorial Day ceremony. Each year, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers engrave the names of graduates who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty during the previous year. This ceremony commemorates another year that has been distinguished by extraordinary law enforcement achievements, but unfortunately has been marked by tragedy and personal loss. We must always remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice while protecting and serving our community. Sadly, a total of 263 FLETC graduates have paid the ultimate sacrifice since 1970. Tragically, we have had to add another 22 names for last year alone. Behind each and every one of these names, there is a son, a daughter, a husband, a mother, or a relative who misses their loved one. To all of our police officers and federal law enforcement officials, thank you for your service to our communities, and God bless you. I hope that my colleagues will take some time to thank these courageous individuals who work to keep us all safe. Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to remember and honor Ann Ernst of Savannah, Georgia, who sadly passed away on October the 5th at the age of 93. Ann attended Chatham County Public Schools, Armstrong Junior College, and graduated from Valdosta State University with a degree in biology. Following graduation, she worked at a research lab studying malaria transmission and control. Throughout her life, she was involved in teaching and inspiring the Savannah community. She served as curriculum director at Hancock Day Center and taught children with learning disabilities at the Royce Learning Center. Cherished by the Savannah community for her contagious laughter and love of life, Ann's immense impact was felt by everyone she knew. I'm thankful for Ann's lifetime of service, and I know her legacy will be forever treasured. My thoughts and prayers are with her family, friends, and all who knew her during this most difficult time. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize this week is National Pharmacy Week. Today we honor pharmacists and technicians across the nation. During this week, I would like to recognize all pharmacists across the United States who ensure that Americans have access to important and often life-saving medications. Every day, pharmacists are directly involved in patient care, and pharmacists are the most accessible healthcare professionals in the country. 95% of Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy. From administering flu shots to COVID-19 vaccines, pharmacists are a vital resource in our communities, and they will continue to play an active role in combating the virus. Because of their hard work, lives will be saved. Madam Speaker, I encourage everyone to get to know their pharmacists and to thank them for the work that they do. As a pharmacist currently serving in Congress, I thank all pharmacists around the world. We can look forward to a brighter future because of them. Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor former Wayne County Superintendent, Principal, and Coach Dr. Jay Brinson, who sadly passed away at the age of 51. Jay was proud to be a graduate of the Wayne County school system and was a devoted Yellow Jacket throughout his life. After graduating from Wayne County High School in 1988, he would return to school for a 29-year career. During this time, he was a coach, a teacher, an administrator with a personal mission to give back to a community that he believed invested so much in him. He retired as superintendent of Wayne County Schools in March, leaving a lasting impact on his students. Above all, Jay was a man of dignity who led by example. I'm thankful for Jay's service to Georgia's 1st Congressional District, and I know his legacy will remain. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and all who knew him during this most difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to celebrate the career of Palm Springs Police Chief Brian Reyes, who retired after nearly 30 years of service to our communities. As a veteran, he's a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. Chief Reyes began his career in law enforcement as a reserve police officer for the Compton Police Department in 1991. After transferring to the Palm Springs Police Department in 1993, he rose through the ranks, serving as an officer, detective, sergeant, lieutenant, and captain before ultimately becoming police chief. Chief Reyes has had a lasting impact on the Palm Springs community and has led the department through difficult times. On October 8, 2016, during the first year of his tenure as Chief of Police, Palm Springs police officers Leslie Zarebny and Gilbert Vega were tragically killed in the line of duty. Chief Reyes recognized the devastating impact this would have on the department, community, and the officer's family. In this difficult time, he prioritized the mental health needs of those affected, and his guidance brought us all closer together. I am honored to have collaborated with Chief Reyes in authoring legislation to commemorate the tremendous sacrifice made by Officers Zarebny and Vega that day. Named in their honor and inspired by our local police officers at the Palm Springs Police Department, the Heroes Leslie Zarebny and Gilbert Vega First Responder Survivors Support Act would give families of our fallen heroes the support they need and ensure they have every opportunity to succeed in life. During his more than 6 years of leadership, Chief Reyes strengthened the department's community policing in neighborhoods and expanded engagement with residents and community organizations. Further, he has received numerous accolades for his incredible leadership, including life-saving medals, the Officer of the Year Award, and the Community Heroes Award. Chief Reyes' 28 years of tireless and dedicated work for the Palm Springs community is a testament to his outstanding leadership, character, and commitment to the well-being of Palm Springs residents. I have no doubt that changes brought about under his leadership will continue to improve the lives of Palm Springs police officers and the entire Palm Springs community. On behalf of the great people of California's 36th Congressional District, thank you, Chief Brian Reyes, for all you have done for our communities. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Salazar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And for those who enable murderous dictators, the United States system will find you in this life or next, and this is the perfect example. Alex Saab, the plunderer of Venezuela, justice for his crimes against humanity will be swift and without mercy. Why? Because over the weekend, we learned that Saab will finally be extradited to the United States. He tried to claim diplomatic immunity, but he is not a diplomat. He's not a politician. He is just another thug for the Venezuelan regime. Saab was Maduro's leading frontman and his #1 money launderer. He is a drug trafficker who is responsible for flooding American streets with cocaine. He helped finance the worst crimes and the most appalling human rights abuses committed by the Maduro regime in Venezuela in the last 15 years. So it is no surprise that Maduro, the dictator, has pulled out all the stops to try to prevent his extradition to the United States, but he could not. In the meantime, earlier this week, 6 American executives in Venezuela, known as the Citgo Six, were sent back to a cruel political prison for no reason. The regime arrested these men on bogus charges in 2020 with no justification. And now, with no explanation, Maduro has condemned these innocent American executives to rot in a Venezuelan prison. Why? Just one reason: retaliation, because Maduro doesn't like this picture. This is a classic tactic of tyrants. If Maduro thinks that he can make a prisoner exchange, he needs to wake up and realize that the United States does not deal with dictators. So the Citgo Six, 6 American executives, need to be released now unconditionally. Unfortunately, Maduro right now is panicking because his top confidant will soon be facing trial in an American court of law. And he will say many things that Maduro doesn't want us to hear. Today, the victims of the Maduro regime in Venezuela will finally have some justice. But we, as a nation, we cannot stop until Venezuela is free of this satanic nightmare called the Maduro regime. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam. I rise today to recognize the 50th anniversary of Liberty University in Lynchburg, Virginia. Originally founded by Dr. Jerry Falwell Sr. as Lynchburg Baptist College in 1971, its first classes were held that September for its 154 students. Over the years, the college has grown and transformed in many ways, but has always remained a Christian academic community practicing the traditions of evangelical institutions of higher education. The school was renamed Liberty Baptist College in 1975 and became Liberty University in 1985. Now, Liberty University is one of the largest private nonprofit universities in the nation and the largest university in Virginia, boasting more than 95,000 total undergraduate and postgraduate students, both in person and online. As of 2021, Liberty has more than 250,000 alumni making an impact in their respective fields and in their communities. I congratulate Liberty University and President Jerry Prevost on this milestone and wish the institution another 50 years of success in fulfilling its mission to develop Christ-centered men and women and instill in them the values, knowledge, and skills needed to impact the world. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
No.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As ranking member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, one of my top priorities is protecting the constitutional rights of our veterans. Today, I want to raise awareness of a policy that strips law-abiding veterans of their Second Amendment rights. Specifically, the policy that requires VA to report veterans who need help managing their VA benefits to the NICS program, thereby making it illegal for them to possess firearms. To illustrate this practice, I would like to tell you a story about a hypothetical veteran named Joe. Joe likes to go on hunting trips with his fellow veterans. These trips are therapeutic for Joe. They give him stress relief and a fun hobby and an opportunity to connect with other veterans. Unfortunately, Joe begins to suffer from headaches and memory loss, which he believes is linked to an in-service blast injury. He files a claim with the VA Disability Compensation Benefits Board. During the claims process, the VA learns that Joe struggles to pay his bills on time because of this traumatic brain injury. This triggers the VA requirements to determine if Joe is capable of managing his own VA benefits. Ultimately, VA decides that Joe requires assistance handling his VA compensation payments. The VA appoints a fiduciary to receive and manage Joe's VA benefits on his behalf. As a result of the VA's appointment of a fiduciary, VA must, not by law, but by administrative rule, report Joe to the FBI NICS list. Now, and just like that, without evidence that Joe is a danger to himself or others, without involving a judge to ensure that Joe's legal rights are protected, without the opportunity for Joe to present his case in court on why he should be able to possess a firearm, Joe loses his Second Amendment rights. That means that Joe can no longer go on hunting trips with his friends or family. He can no longer own the hunting rifle his grandfather gave him. And when Joe's friends learn about it and learn what happened to him, they decide that they would rather go without their VA benefits and services instead of risking the same thing happening to them. You know, that story may be fictional, but some versions of it happens across this United States all the time. The truth is that some veterans forego seeking VA services out of concern that they would lose their constitutional rights. Not because there are laws in place, but there's an administrative rule in place. And according to the VA regulation, the purpose of the fiduciary program is to protect certain VA beneficiaries who cannot manage their VA benefits. Clearly, the program was never intended to review someone's right to own a firearm. A decision on a constitutional right should be left to the judiciary authority, plain and simple. Now, my bill, H.R. 1217, the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Rights Act, would make sure that it is. H.R. 1217 would prevent VA from reporting veterans to the NICS list unless there is an order from a judge or magistrate that says the veteran may be a harm to himself or herself or others. This bill allows VA to focus on its mission of caring for veterans and leaves the decisions about whether to strip a veteran of their constitutional right to the judicial branch, as it is supposed to be, and it is for any other person who is not a veteran. If a court finds that that veteran is a danger to themselves or others, then they should be allowed, and that they should not be allowed to own a firearm. It is made through the judicial system. However, it is time we end the policy that the VA has put in place. And we should make sure that we change this, we correct this problem. Veterans that are discouraged from seeking help from the VA because of this rule. We must make this change. If you want to ensure that veterans who need VA are willing to walk through VA's doors, that's how we do it. We make sure that they know that their rights are protected. I urge swift passage of H.R. 1217, and with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Democrats are determined to pass their massive socialist tax and spending bill that will turn the American dream into a socialist nightmare. Democrats are proposing the largest tax increase in most of our lifetimes. Their $5.5 trillion plan, Senator Bernie Sanders' socialist spending plan, is the largest spending bill in our history and will take Americans out of the frying pan and into the fire. We need targeted infrastructure improvements, but instead, this style of cradle-to-grave big government gives Washington bureaucrats control over our personal and family decisions. This spending bill promises to stretch the social safety net to every American household, regardless of need. It promises extreme climate change proposals like $3 billion for tree equity and $12 billion for electric cars. It promises subsidized government daycare, taxpayer-funded free college classes for illegal immigrants, universal pre-K, and new funding for gender identity issues and bias training. The Biden administration is actively trying to gaslight the American people by claiming that this spending package will cost nothing. Just this morning, I heard the president emphasize in a single statement 3 times that the cost of this plan would be zero. This is an outright lie. It will be America's middle-class families that foot the bill for Democrats' multi-trillion-dollar giveaway through crippling tax increases. This massive package will not deliver opportunity or economic relief. Instead, it leaves rural America behind and will accelerate inflation, discourage work, and empower Washington bureaucrats. More wasteful spending is not what our economy needs. It's already contributed to the harmful inflation that Americans across the board are experiencing. Today, inflation is more than 5%, the highest it's been in 30 years, more than half of my lifetime and more than the lifetimes of many Americans. Wholesale prices have risen at the fastest pace on record. Americans do not want a government that defines them. Rather, Americans want to be able to define their own government. We can meet our country's funding needs without jeopardizing our economic recovery and saddling future generations with more debt. I ran for Congress because I'm worried about the country that we're going to leave to my sons, Guy and Sam, and to the children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren of every American. I cannot in good conscience support a proposal that will mortgage their future, that will imperil their freedom and liberty. But Democrats are bent on spending massively to enact their radical far-left socialist policies that will change our economy, change our nation, and change our fiscal future for the worse. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today because our economy is in trouble. We are headed in the wrong direction. We must reverse course. My constituents are paying more today than they were a year ago for basic goods like milk, gas, and bread. In fact, the national average price for a gallon of gas recently reached $3.36, more than $1 higher than it was a year ago, and the highest price since October of 2014. It was also recently announced that the core inflation is at a 30-year high. Inflation has gone up every month since President Biden has been in office. Inflation is an invisible tax on all Americans, and it especially hurts seniors living on a fixed income. Out-of-control government spending fuels inflation. Some of my colleagues seem to believe more spending is the answer. They proposed a $4.3 trillion spending plan coupled with a $1.5 trillion infrastructure package, both of which are filled with pork, unfortunately. For example, the spending bill contains billions for job training and climate careers, to create a civilian climate corps to promote the Green New Deal, to develop environmental justice initiatives for housing grants to felons convicted of domestic violence or hate crimes, to benefit, again, 10 million illegal immigrants, and $200 million for a park in San Francisco. While I do believe we need to invest in traditional infrastructure such as roads, bridges, internet connectivity, cybersecurity, only a very small percentage of the proposed infrastructure package funds these types of essential projects, which is wrong. We must spend more on traditional infrastructure and get rid of the perks. These spending packages would raise taxes on every American, not just the rich. They will kill American jobs and make us less competitive in the global marketplace. In the end, it's more frivolous Washington spending, which is the absolute wrong approach, in my opinion, to fixing our economic woes. It will only make matters worse, Madam Speaker. Small business owners, who are the backbone of our economy, are having a very difficult time recovering from the pandemic, as you know. Not only are they dealing with the same inflationary pressures that all Americans are experiencing, they are also facing labor and material shortages. As we head into the holiday season, consumer demand will only continue to rise. The supply chain bottlenecks must be resolved immediately to prevent further damage to our economy. Instead of working together to find common ground and areas about which we can build consensus, that's how we govern. My colleagues on the left, though, seem determined to go at it alone. That's the wrong approach, Madam Speaker. They have spent weeks publicly arguing amongst themselves about how many trillions of taxpayer dollars, American taxpayer dollars, they should spend without any concern to what this out-of-control spending will do to our already struggling economy. Simply put, this is not how we grow the economy. This is how we grow inflation. In order to restore our way of life and renew the American dream, we must implement Trump-era economic policies that yielded unprecedented economic growth, the lowest unemployment levels for minorities in the U.S., in the history of the United States, energy independence. That's what we need. And the highest rise in middle class wages in decades. The destructive economic policies of those on the left must be defeated. Thank you, and I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the leadership and perseverance of Appomattox County High School football coach Doug Smith. Coach Smith has led the Appomattox Raiders football team since 2012. Under his leadership, the team has boasted a 32-game winning streak and won state championship titles in 2015, 2016, and 2017. While Coach Smith's record is amazing, his leadership extends well beyond the field. Coach Smith has truly united the community behind their team, as evidenced by the large crowds on Friday nights. One cannot visit Appomattox County without seeing the impact Coach Smith has made on his students, his co-workers, and the community at large. Modeling by example, he has taught his student athletes to be productive citizens, such as when the team famously came out in full force to help those affected by the devastating tornado that hit the Appomattox community in 2016. However, Coach Smith is best known for his relationship with Jesus Christ, his eternal perspective, and his focus on those things that matter more than football. This has been most clearly displayed since the fall of 2020, as Coach Smith has faced a great personal challenge of his own with a diagnosis of multiple myeloma, a cancer of the plasma cells. He has been on a tremendous testimony through this journey, and thankfully it appears that the Lord has him on the road to recovery. My continued prayers are with Coach Smith as he continues to fight this terrible disease. And I want to thank Coach Smith for his commitment to service and leadership. Coach Smith, you are an inspiration to us all about the importance of serving others, even through personal challenges. Madam Speaker, I rise to remember and express gratitude to the brave sailors and Marines who were wounded or lost their lives fighting the catastrophic fire aboard the ship, the USS Forrestal. July 29, 2021 marked the 54th anniversary of one of the most tragic fires in U.S. naval history. On July 29, 1967, the U.S. Forrestal, which was supporting combat operations off the coast of Vietnam, was impacted by an accidental rocket that ignited a fire and triggered several bomb explosions on the flight deck. Sailors and Marines on board, including several Virginians, bravely fought the fire for 18 hours. Despite the courageous efforts of the crew, 134 men died, 161 were wounded, and 21 aircraft were destroyed. Sadly, veterans wounded that day are still fighting their claims with the VA, such as my constituent, Mr. David Cephas Smith of Vinton, Virginia. These heroes were not awarded the Purple Heart because their wounds did not occur during enemy combat, but their bravery still merits recognition. We are forever grateful for the service of veterans like Mr. Smith, who were wounded or sacrificed their lives battling this fire aboard the USS Forrestal. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the remaining balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask unanimous consent to rise and address the House.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, in my home state of Pennsylvania, a woman was brutally raped by an illegal immigrant. In Congress, one of our primary duties is to protect the American people. By allowing illegal immigrants who have committed crimes to remain within our borders signifies that we are failing. Allowing an illegal immigrant who has committed acts of sexual violence to remain in our country shows that we are failing. Congress must move immediately to pass legislation ensuring that any immigrant who commits acts of violence is deported. What happened in Philadelphia this week was a failure of American leadership. It showed clearly that the Biden crime crisis is escalating. Now, as apprehensions at our southern border hit records high, President Biden is taking away the vital resources that our Border Patrol agents need to do their job. The answer to stopping our border crisis and our crime crisis is not to defund the police. The answer is not to be more lenient on illegal immigrants who have committed violent crimes against Americans. We must put the safety of the American citizens first, and we must put the security of the American citizens first. Thank you, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the recent success of a high school football team in Iowa's 2nd District. For the first time in 31 years, the Clark Community High School Indians are headed to the playoffs. The team finished the regular season with a 5-3 record, which is also a first in 31 years. Although their season had plenty of ups and downs, the team persevered and worked hard to make their community proud. They will be traveling up to Williamsburg, Iowa tomorrow, October 22nd, to take on the Raiders in the first round of the playoffs. I am confident that Clark will make the 2nd District proud. Congratulations to Coach Quinlan and his staff and all of the players and the entire Clark County community on their success, and good luck tomorrow night. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss an issue that has become a national crisis and that must be immediately addressed. Serving in the Army for 24 years as both a nurse and a physician, from the Vietnam era to the first Gulf War, I have seen many of my fellow veterans suffer from anxiety, depression, survivor's guilt, and PTSD. Many veterans are still living with those scars, and without proper care and treatment, mental health crises can make everyday life a struggle or even life-threatening for them or their families. Yesterday, I partnered with my fellow veterans, Congressman Ruben Gallego, a corporal in the Marine Corps, Senator Joni Ernst, a fellow veteran and a fellow Army Lieutenant Colonel, and Senator Mark Kelly, a captain in the Navy, to introduce the Save Our Service Members Act. This bipartisan and bicameral legislation would direct the Pentagon to evaluate the effectiveness of their suicide prevention efforts and to improve its data collection, reduce bureaucratic duplication, and strengthen collaboration between its offices. I am heartbroken at the continued rise in suicides in the veteran community and our military communities. It is no secret that our service members often face invisible challenges when they return to civilian life, and we need to do a better job addressing their needs and the needs of their families. We need to look into all of our mental health and suicide prevention programs to better service our heroes, and I am proud to partner with an incredible group of veterans in Congress on this legislation. To our service members and our veterans, I want you to know that you are not alone, and there are people who care and are trained to help you in any mental health crisis you might face. I encourage everyone to check in on your family and your friends, because sometimes the deepest wounds are the ones that we cannot see. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the tragic loss of one of Iowa's heroes. Yesterday, October 20th, Iowa State Trooper Ted Binda passed away from injuries sustained during a crash while responding to a call for help to detain a wanted suspect in Clayton County. Over his 16-year public safety career, Trooper Binda served with honor and courage each and every day. Trooper Binda began his public safety career with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation in 2005. He later moved to the Special Enforcement Operations Bureau and finally to the Iowa State Patrol, admirably serving communities in Northeast Iowa. It is days like this when we are reminded of the sacrifices so many of our law enforcement officers make every day. I am proud to say that I was always ready to support them and do whatever I could in Congress to ensure that they are properly funded, trained, and equipped. Trooper Binda was a hero, not just in his community, but to all of Iowa. His years of dedication and service will never be forgotten. My thoughts and prayers are with Trooper Binda's wife, Holly, their 4 young children, all of his loved ones, and the entire Iowa State Patrol family. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered this morning by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord our God, bless this day. Give favor to our labor and consecrate our whole selves to your gracious plan. Be pleased to use us as instruments of your will. Use our hands, that they would reach out at the impulse of your love. Our feet, that they would be swift and sure to follow your direction. Use our voices, that we would magnify your message of mercy, and our words, that they would bear the fruit of love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, and faithfulness. Take our wills and our hearts and make them yours. May we not hold back the spiritual gifts with which you have graced us, that you would reveal yourself through our efforts. All that we are, all that we aim to do, all that we hope to be, we owe to you. We give you our moments, our days, our very lives in gratitude and in faithfulness to you. And may we prove worthy of your faith in us. In your gracious name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led this morning by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of Dick Griffin, a towering figure in Buffalo's legal community and one of our leading citizens. Dick worked to make Buffalo a more just place as a champion of the civil rights movement in the courtroom and as a trusted advisor to national and local civil rights leaders. An attorney for 64 years, he was admired and respected widely for his talent, capability, and legal mind. So much so that later in his career, he was called upon to arbitrate some of the toughest regional legal issues, including that of compensation for the victims of the tragedy of Flight 3407. He cared deeply about his community and played an active role in civic and philanthropic efforts to improve parks, public spaces, and whole neighborhoods. We mourn the loss of Dick Griffin today and extend our condolences to his wife and my friend, Dr. Jane Griffin, and their children, Mary, Ann, Thomas, and Richard. I yield back.
From Minnesota seek recognition.
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a crisis hurting every household in America. Skyrocketing prices. If you listen to the Biden administration, you'll tell you that this is a, quote, high-class problem. This is a lie propagated by those who have never had to do the mental math at the grocery store to make sure the amount in their cart does not exceed the cash in their wallet. For Democrat leaders, paying 42% more at the pump isn't a problem. I suppose the price of gas isn't a concern if you're riding government-funded high-speed rail in Silicon Valley. More than 90% of my constituents reported that rising prices are impacting their household budgets. Inflation is destroying Americans' ability to save for retirement, buy a home, or build wealth. This isn't a tax on the rich, it's an enormous burden for working Americans. It's not too late to change course. I've introduced legislation to increase the transparency in government spending so that lawmakers will be forced to answer for reckless spending sprees. Moreover, my Retirement Inflation Protection Act will protect Americans from inflation-driven tax burdens right when they enter retirement. This crisis is already hitting home
Gentleman's
for
time has
millions of
expired.
Americans. We must act before it financially cripples generations of Americans to come. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that we do not have economic policies that set women up for success. The pandemic has put a cruel spotlight on these challenges. In fact, 1 out of 4 women have been pushed out of the workforce because the care economy collapsed. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to change this paradigm while supporting a tenuous economic recovery by making transformative investments in America's working women. The Build Back Better agenda invests in child care, paid family leave, home-based care, universal pre-K, and the child tax credit. There is no doubt that the Build Back Better agenda sets up women and their families for short-term and long-term success. And we all know that when women and their families succeed, America succeeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This month, the current administration made the reckless and undeniably partisan decision to begin reconsultation of the 2019 biological opinions. In its place, the proposed interim operations plan represents a huge step backward in California's effort to protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem and provide reliable water supplies. The 2019 biops were built on years of research, comprehensive peer reviews, and the best available science. They advise that the most efficient use of water resources while continuing to protect at-risk species. These biops also allow for greater water availability and for the Central Valley farmers that feed the world. Questioning these expert findings is anti-science. I led the entire Republican California delegation in expressing our grave concern to the Secretaries of Interior and Commerce. As the California drought worsens, communities in my district face water shortages and farmers are unable to maintain their crops. I implore my colleagues and this administration to stand up for these suffering families and farmers and stand up for science and reject this outrageous decision. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Sadly, domestic violence has plagued our families and communities in the nation for far too long. Each year, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men in the United States experience domestic violence. In my hometown in Fresno, it has sadly one of the highest rates in California of verified domestic violence calls to the police department. We cannot ignore these staggering statistics, and we must do more to address this crisis. This year, Congress passed the Violence Against Women's Act and the Victims Crime Act, or VOCAFIX, to prevent violence and expand victim services to our communities. These bills will help organizations that I work with tirelessly to uplift survivors, including the Marjorie Mason Center, the Central La Familia, and the Valley Crisis Center in my district. This week, the House also will be voting on the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act of 2021, of which I am a co-sponsor. This bill aims to improve services for victims of domestic, dating, and family violence, and we need to invest more. I urge my colleagues to join me in advancing these efforts to end the domestic violence. As chair and co-founder of the Congressional Crime Victim Survivors Justice Caucus, it ought to be our priority to benefit those survivors and provide them the resources they deserve. I yield back.
Great, thank you. The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Tom Cavanaugh of Springfield, Illinois, who passed away this past weekend. Tom had decades-long service to Springfield and to Sangamon County. Tom was known as a loyal friend and a consistent advocate for taxpayers. Tom spent 3 decades in public service, serving 4 terms as Sangamon County Treasurer and also County Auditor, Capital Township Supervisor of Assessments, and on the Springfield Park District Board of Trustees. Tom's years of dedicated service in support of Springfield and Sangamon County culminated in his recognition as the Illinois County Official of the Year in 2018 when he was serving as treasurer. Everyone who had the pleasure of knowing Tom knew him for his great sense of humor and commitment to the community he served. Tom always had a knack for finding a way to provide better services at a lower cost for Sangamon and Springfield residents. Tom will be missed by our Springfield community, but his legacy will carry on through the work he did to better Sangamon County. As Central Illinois continues to mourn Tom's loss, my thoughts and prayers remain with his family and loved ones. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ford Motor Company recently announced it's going to place a facility to construct electric trucks at the Memphis mega site in West Tennessee. This site's 50 miles from Memphis and has been developed for the purpose of industrial opportunities for people in West Tennessee who need it well, and it affects Memphis. We're happy and proud that Ford picked this site for these jobs and for this important environmental effort to have electric batteries for vehicles and electric trucks. We think Ford will be a great representative in Memphis. They've been a good representative in Louisville, and as the Speaker well knows, Louisville shouldn't get everything. Memphis deserves something too. I appreciate Ford coming to Memphis, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of everything is spiking, from gas to groceries. One of the main reasons for these spikes is that energy costs are soaring. Affordable, reliable energy fuels our economy and our daily lives. But some of my colleagues don't like the affordable, reliable energy that has built our economy and lifted billions of men, women, and children around the world out of poverty. Why? Because this energy has been provided by fossil fuels and nuclear power, energy sources vilified by many wealthy elites and the activist class, those least impacted by these high prices. Make no mistake, when pipelines are blocked, new leasing on federal lands is stopped, and mines are forced to close, working families pay the price. This rush to green is a tax on working families, the middle class, because a larger part of their paychecks are consumed by these increasing prices on items necessary for daily life. The American people should know this race to green is not really about carbon, it's about control. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I am proud to rise in support of the brave men and women of the U.S. Border Patrol. I believe our agents need to know how grateful we are for their service to the United States of America. No doubt they have rewarding careers, but these days it has become a thankless job. Sadly, the media often ignores the role our agents play in humanitarian efforts along our borders. They save lives and rescue women and children who are being trafficked and abused. U.S. Border Patrol agents are some of the most amazing people I have ever met. Every day they risk their lives during confrontations with cartels, coyotes, drug runners, and criminal gangs, all to keep you and I and the sovereignty of our nation safe. It's time we stand in support of these fine men and women, encourage them with prayer, and support them with policies and procedures they need to keep America safe. God bless each one of our U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a very special individual from Brockway, Pennsylvania, Levi Lendenmuth. Earlier this year, Levi was watching Home Alone 2 when he was inspired to do something to help children who are in the hospital. Combining his love of gardening and passion to help others, Levi started Levi's Hope Blossoms. Levi started selling flowers in his painted pots, and cans for a $5 donation. All the proceeds from Hope Blossoms go to St. Jude's Hospitals, and so far Levi's made over 100 Hope Blossoms, raising nearly $1,000. Now, Levi's efforts to help St. Jude stem from a serious complication that required surgery when he was 5 days old. Now a happy and healthy 7-year-old boy, Levi is committed to giving back to children who were once in his position. Levi sells these colorful planners and can take personal design requests via his Facebook page, Levi's Hope Blossoms. When asked why he started Hope Blossoms, Levi's answer was simple: I don't think kids should have to pay to be healthy. Levi, you are an inspiration to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. James Freeman of the Wall Street Journal on October the 19th wrote an editorial of how Americans should not be complacent living with less, as jobs are destroyed while inflation accelerates. Quote, selling the Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders era of scarcity won't be easy, and it's going to get much harder if the president and his legislative co-author enact their massive new plan to discourage productive labor. Examining the House version of the plan, economist Casey Mulligan estimates that by reducing incentives to work, the bill's planned expansions of federal benefits will cost 9 million jobs. Already, the COVID-era combination of astronomical government spending and money creation has resulted in too many dollars chasing too few goods. Generations of American consumers have built the largest economy in the world, and various online commentators have suggested a slogan for Democrats running in 2022, expect less, end of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from Afghanistan to America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I will introduce legislation along with 100 other members to recognize the centennial anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington Cemetery. This Sunday, October 24th, 2021, marks the 100-year anniversary since the body of one unidentified member of the armed forces who died during World War I was selected as the first unknown soldier. Since that date, an unidentified member of the armed forces from World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War have been interred into the tomb. This resolution recognizes the ultimate sacrifice of the unknown soldiers interred at Arlington Cemetery and shows our gratitude and appreciation for all the members of the armed forces. Since the creation of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, members of the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, known as the Old Guard, have protected the sacred site 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. 100 years after the burial of the unknown soldier from World War I, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier continues to be a powerful symbol of service and sacrifice, mourning, and memory. I am proud to introduce a resolution that pays respect to our armed forces and honors the 100-year anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the words of St. Teresa, death is nothing else but going home to God, and a bond of love will be unbroken for all eternity. I rise today with great honor to recognize the extraordinary life of attorney Donald Snyder of West Winfield, New York, who passed away last month. Don was a gem of a man and a wonderful servant to our community. He was also admired by his peers. I always remember him being a very close friend of my father, the late Honorable Justice John R. Tenney, who always spoke so highly of Don as a person to model your career and your gift of service to. Don served our nation in the Army, and he returned home to start a country law practice in Little West Winfield, New York, in Herkimer County. He was a wonderful servant. He served on the board of Herkimer College for over 22 years and the chair for 12. Don was involved with so many organizations and schools and church organizations, but he was also a very dedicated husband and also a dedicated father and grandfather to his wife, Mary Teresa Higgins, 4 children, 12 grandchildren, and 9 people in Don's family are attorneys who all got sworn in on the very same day by the U.S. Supreme Court, which made the front page news in our little town. But Don was very proud of this, and he was really just a person who devoted his life to service, to happiness, and he couldn't have been a kinder person to me and a better friend and mentor for me as an attorney when I first got started out many years ago. But I want to just say I can't express enough my deepest condolences to his family, to his friends, and our community. This is truly the loss of a great man, and I wish them all the best, and it's just an honor to call Don Snyder my friend. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's often said that there are inefficiencies and waste in the federal government. Well, I'm here to recognize the most efficient grant writing program in the federal government, the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program, marking its 20th anniversary. The AFG program, along with its sister programs, Safer and Fire Prevention grants, help deliver training, manpower, and desperately needed equipment straight to where they're most needed. Communities across America have benefited from these programs over the past 20 years. All of this with hardly any overhead costs. And why? Why is it a well-run program? Well, because it's largely run by the fire service. Throughout my time in Congress, it's been a true honor to have visited well over 100 fire departments in my district. These are some of my favorite visits, and you see the best of America in these everyday heroes. On a final note, I want to thank Chiefs Jeff Cash, Jason Walford, and Ryan Cole for teaching my AFG grant writing classes throughout the years. I would encourage my colleagues to do likewise to ensure that their fire services are well taken care of with the best training and equipment that they deserve. So thank you to the AFG program and to the fire service, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication from the clerk of the Senate.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on October 21st, 2021 at 11:36 a.m. that the Senate passed Senate 2899. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 727 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 40, House Resolution 727. Resolved that if House Report 117-152 is called up by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, A, all points of order against the report are waived, and the report shall be considered as read, and B, 1, an accompanying resolution offered by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol shall be considered as read and shall not be subject to a point of order, and 2, the previous question shall be considered as ordered on such resolution to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate, equally divided among and controlled by Representative Thompson of Mississippi, Representative Cheney of Wyoming, and an opponent or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 727. The rule provides for consideration of the resolution accompanying House Report 117-152 under a closed rule if the report is called up by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by Chair Thompson, Vice Chair Cheney, and an opponent. Mr. Speaker, today we face a fundamental choice: whether we are going to get to the truth about the violent January 6th attack, the worst assault on the Capitol since the War of 1812, and the worst domestic assault on American democracy since the Civil War, or whether we are going to allow lawful subpoenas to be ignored and the investigation being conducted by the Select Committee to be obstructed, to puff up the ego of the former president who has launched another frivolous lawsuit, this time against the Select Committee. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I still remember January 6th like it was yesterday. I was standing right where you are now, Mr. Speaker. Our democracy was in peril. The lives of members of Congress, our staffs, and all the workers here were endangered, and Capitol Police officers were beaten or worse. Getting to the truth of what happened or placating the ego of a former president, that shouldn't be a tough call. In any ordinary time, it wouldn't be. This measure would probably have passed on suspension. But because, as a member of Congress, we have fewer more important and solemn duties than what is at the heart of the measure before us today, and that is protecting our democracy and preventing future attempts to overturn the results of an election. This is about country, not about party. Now, many witnesses are already doing their patriotic duty and cooperating voluntarily with the Select Committee. In fact, 10 of the 11 witnesses required to produce records to the Select Committee by the required deadline are engaging with the committee. Only one person, Mr. Speaker, is refusing. One, Stephen K. Bannon. Instead of doing the right thing, the legal thing, the patriotic thing, Mr. Bannon is hiding behind the former president's false claims of executive privilege to try to run out the clock on this investigation. Now, maybe he has something to hide. I don't know. But the law isn't on his side. It's not on Donald Trump's side either. Executive privilege is not absolute, and President Biden has declined to invoke that privilege. There is a long history of the White House making accommodations to investigative requests from Congress. That's especially true when the public interest outweighs other interests, as it does here. But apparently, facts and the law don't matter to some. Apparently, Steve Bannon thinks he's above the law. Maybe it's because he was pardoned by the former occupant of the White House. But ultimately, in the United States of America, no one should be above the law. That shouldn't be a controversial idea. But we live in an age where apparently some put fidelity to Donald Trump over fidelity to the Constitution. And I find that disgusting. I get it. The former president is at Mar-a-Lago somewhere, seething about our efforts to get to the truth about January 6th. But he is so feared, Mr. Speaker, that my Republican colleagues are going to keep denying what happened that day. And they keep trying to sweep it under the rug as if it never happened or was no big deal. This is our democracy that we are talking about here. This is about the oath we took and the freedoms we cherish. Freedoms that Americans have fought and died for, Mr. Speaker. And some, on the other side, are they really willing to throw away all of that to placate the whims of one man? Really? This has to stop. The legal scholar James Landis once said, and I quote, "To deny Congress power to acquaint itself with the facts is equivalent to requiring it to prescribe remedies in darkness," end quote. We need to see the facts in the cold light of day and follow them wherever they lead. That means not only holding those who attack this building itself accountable, as the legal system is currently doing, it also means holding people accountable when they attack what this building stands for: democracy and rule of law. We will not tolerate being left in the dark, and certainly not when something so fundamental is at stake. Now, this doesn't have to be a partisan fight. And just yesterday in the Rules Committee, we debated the underlying measure at length. And yes, we heard from the usual members who rushed to the former president's defense, who deflected and wanted to talk about anything other than the events of January 6th. But we also saw something more remarkable. Chairman Thompson, a Democrat, sat side by side with Vice Chair Cheney, a Republican. Two people who probably have never voted for the same presidential candidates in their lives. Two people who disagree on virtually every issue, but they agreed on this, on defending the Constitution and rule of law. Let's follow their example, Mr. Speaker. You know, I sat across the dais from Congresswoman Cheney for years when she was on the Rules Committee, when the Republicans were in charge. We were polar opposites, but yesterday, I couldn't have agreed with her more. Not as a Democrat, but as an American. Now, I don't give a damn if you're a Democrat or Republican, and I don't care if you like Donald Trump or not. Matters like this are about something more than petty partisanship. So I urge my colleagues, let's put our country before our party. Let's put defending our democracy before defending Donald Trump. Let's support this rule and the underlying measure, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as public servants, as members of Congress dedicated to preserving American democracy and the rule of law. That is what is at stake here, and nothing less. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, it is hard to ignore the feeling that this is one more example of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle trying to distract from the real issues that concern Americans. We have an administration that can't stop the flood of illegal immigrants at our southern border, can't unlock the supply bottlenecks at our ports. What are Democrats doing about inflation? What are the Democrats doing about the border issues? What are the Democrats doing about supply chain issues? And what are Democrats doing about the worker shortage? And I could go on. Instead, we are here going back and forth arguing if we should continue down a path of yet another partisan investigation of questionable motives and purpose. No wonder the public thinks we can't do our job. That said, there are several questions that need to be resolved before we can continue with this vote. The Supreme Court has found that the power rests with Congress for subpoenas if they serve a legitimate legislative purpose. And I quote, and be related to and in furtherance of a legitimate task of the Congress, A legitimate legislative purpose would be issuing subpoenas to the leaders of the D.C. National Guard and Sergeant-at-Arms so that we can find out what gaps in communications and authorities that need to be filled and find solutions to ensure that this doesn't happen again. But have those been issued? No. Instead, House Democrats are continuing their witch hunt into President Trump and their political opponents that voted against the certification of the election in some states. Something that they themselves did just 4 years ago. What information is intended to be gathered that would be useful for a legitimate legislative purpose? Much of the discussion in rules centered around criminal action, not around legislation. These concerns would have been raised by Republicans if Speaker Pelosi had not rejected the minority leader's nominees, but instead she handpicked members that would fit her and the Democrats' narratives. It seems the storyline has already been decided. We need to ensure that it is, as stated, intended to investigate and report upon the facts, circumstances, and causes related to January 6th. Unfortunately, Speaker Pelosi and the Democrats made it clear early that this committee and its investigation outcome was predetermined when it tilted representation in favor of Democrats and again rejected the 2 Republican members selected to serve on the commission by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply concerned about the precedent being set here today by the majority, yet again embarking on another investigation in search of a crime. I urge my colleagues to oppose the rule and the underlying resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, my good friend from Minnesota said we wouldn't be in this position if we had done what the Republicans had asked us to do. We did. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the congressional record the letter that Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy sent to Speaker Pelosi requesting a number of items
Without
like-
objection.
Like an equal 5-5 ratio on a committee, co-equal subpoena power, no inclusion of findings of other predetermined conclusions, which ultimately could be rendered by the commission staff. The Homeland Security Committee agreed to every one of them, every single one of them. And what did the Republicans do? Say, well, we didn't think you were going to agree to everything, but we still don't want the commission. And so they voted against it, and then they blocked it in the United States Senate. So don't talk to me about partisanship or bipartisanship when it was very clear early on that my friends on the other side had no intention of wanting to work with us to get to the truth because they couldn't take yes for an answer. And Mr. Speaker, let me just also point out that today, President Trump issued a statement. He had to issue a statement because he can't tweet anymore because of his mistruths and embrace of violence. But anyway, he issued a statement today. This is what he said. The statement says, the insurrection took place on November 3rd, Election Day. January 6th was the protest, end quote. Let me just say that one more time. Trump said today in a statement, the insurrection took place on November 3rd, Election Day. January 6th was a protest, end of quote. And by the way, he didn't mention that it was a violent protest on January 6th. Mr. Speaker, are any of my Republican colleagues, aside from Congresswoman Cheney and Representative Kinzinger, who have shown courage and patriotism, are any of them willing to come to the floor and say unequivocally that the election on November 3rd was not an insurrection, as the former president has now said? It was a free and fair election held by one of the oldest democracies in the world, and that used to mean something to my Republican friends. I mean, please, don't let this, the former occupant of the White House is trying to tear this country apart. And unfortunately, too many on the other side are going along with them. Enough. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, with all respect to my colleague from Massachusetts, the fact still remains that when the minority leader did try to participate in this commission and the speaker rejected the two nominees that the minority leader had offered. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
He is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend and fellow Rules Committee member, Representative Fischbach, for allotting me the time. Mr. Speaker, I really believe that the issue before us today comes down to a very simple question, and that is, what is the legislative purpose of the Select Committee subpoena on a private citizen? This is a very narrow legal issue, and what the courts have said is the courts have held that Congress has the power to secure information, and I quote, in order to legislate, end quote. So in other words, Congress's subpoena authority is valid only if it relates to the furtherance of a legitimate task of Congress. Now, according to the Select Committee's own press release, the committee is attempting to tell a story and to find out what happened that day. But the courts have already determined that that is not a valid legislative purpose. In the 1957 decision, Watkins versus the United States, the court held that Congress has, and I quote, no general authority to expose the private affairs of individuals without justification in terms of functions of Congress, end quote. Additionally, the court went on in that case to say Congress cannot investigate private citizens for, quote, the sake of exposure, end quote. So then what is the legislative purpose before us today? What's the legislative purpose of a subpoena on a private citizen, including 11 individuals who merely filed and were granted permits to exercise their First Amendment rights to assemble and to petition the government? This cannot be perceived as an investigation and still fit within the framework of case law. And again, let's be clear. The law is crystal clear here. If Congress does not have a legitimate legislative function, they simply cannot subpoena a private individual. Now, the Constitution gives those powers to the executive and the judiciary branch. They don't give that power to Congress. So I can therefore only conclude that the purpose of the resolution before us today is to fulfill a partisan agenda. If the Select Committee was actually serious about conducting a legitimate oversight, they would subpoena the former House Sergeant at Arms and the former head of the DC National Guard. That would be an investigation within the clear purpose of Congress and within the delegated power that we have in the Constitution. Instead, we're here voting on a resolution with absolutely no legislative purpose. We're also setting a dangerous precedent that will have a chilling effect on the rights of private citizens in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that somebody on the other side would respond to former President Trump's statement today, which I find stunning and shocking. But apparently they don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about legislative purpose. When we get to the bill, I'll let the committee members respond to that. But I do want to say one thing again, that Speaker Pelosi was committed to a truly bipartisan commission, and we did a bipartisan commission, a truly bipartisan commission. My friends on the other side of the aisle tried to undercut it and got their friends over in the Senate to tank it. I mean, that's what happened. They basically destroyed what could have been a bipartisan commission that, quite frankly, was the way we all wanted to go. But then they say, well, but she wouldn't let us put who we wanted on this current commission. Well, the minority leader suggested Mr. Jordan to be the lead Republican, and he very well may be a material witness in this investigation, that you would put him on to oversee an investigation of what, himself and others? I mean, give me a break. What is going on here? I mean, at least be honest enough with the American people to say what is going on here, and that is, you don't want to get to the truth about what happened on January 6th. You never did, notwithstanding the violence that occurred right here in this chamber and in this sacred building. So please, let's not get into this, oh, you know, we wanted to cooperate, but somehow you wouldn't let us. We gave you everything you wanted, and you could not take yes for an answer. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell.
He is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise for truth and accountability. That's why we're here. We're dealing with common criminals. You see a guy running down the street in a city with a television on his back, strapped to it, you start to wonder. We have had enough of those incidents to indicate to us that's what we're dealing with. The gravest attack ever on the U.S. democracy came 288 days ago. It was born of lies. Steve Bannon spread those poisonous lies, and Bannon was guided by the dictator. We must pursue the truth. We go only where the facts take us. Refusing a subpoena is an obstructing justice. We don't allow the plaintiff, the prosecutor to decide. We decide it through the courts. If you can't take the Constitution, go to Russia. It shows you have something to hide. What are you hiding? This is a vote of conscience.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chairs. The time, members'
30
time
seconds
is
more, Jim.
expired.
I give 15 seconds.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized for additional 15 seconds.
Thank you. Refusing subpoena is obstructing justice. This is a vote of conscience. Do you agree with the rioting terrorists or our democracy? Are we a country of laws or a country of men? Or we must hold all involved accountable. This includes those who attack the police and those organizers who spread the lies, and the president who organized it. This is America,
Gentleman's
not
time
Russia.
has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, Republicans will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for the additional consideration of H.R. 5586, the Prohibiting IRS Financial Surveillance Act, authored by Representative Ferguson. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with the extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Requiring banks and federal credit unions to disclose personal details about their customers' accounts is an extreme invasion of privacy, and it would have terrible implications for community banks and credit unions in my district and across the country. I suppose I really shouldn't be surprised about this egregious attempt on behalf of the Democrats. They clearly want as much government involvement as possible in every possible part of American citizens' lives. I may not be surprised anymore, but I continue to be disappointed that they refuse to listen to the American citizens who time and time again say they want big government out of their lives and their wallets. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the previous question. There's absolutely no denying that the Democrats want to control every part of your life by allowing the IRS to snoop into your bank accounts. This is wrong. And for what? It is really, truly all about control. And this unlawful surveillance is their latest gambit. The Democrat snooping scheme includes hiring 87,000 new IRS agents. That's at a cost of almost $80 billion. That's almost enough IRS agents to fill up Sanford Stadium at the University of Georgia on a Saturday for a football game. Now, I'll take a college football stadium full of SEC fans cheering on the Dogs, but not one full of IRS agents. The proposal that the Democrats have put out claims to only go after wealthy tax cheats. But at its core, this is going to target every single farmer, every single family, every single gig worker, every small business owner, and just about anyone that pays rent or pays a mortgage. And their bogus attempts to scale it back are meaningless. At any number, this is wrong. Think about how long it would take paying $200 a month out of your bank account, or $200 a week out of your bank account, to get to the $10,000 number that they have proposed. Mr. Speaker, simply put, the Democrats' IRS surveillance plan is flat out wrong. It's an outright violation of the Fourth Amendment of every American. Government has no business sifting through your personal information. This is a foundational principle that this country was built on. I'll say it again, whether the amount is $1, $600, $10,000, or $1 million. Giving the IRS this kind of unfettered and unchecked power is wrong. The threshold is irrelevant. Americans know that this is wrong. We know it's wrong, and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle know that it's wrong. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so desperate to find revenue to fund their big government socialist programs that they're willing to violate the constitutional rights of our fellow Americans. This is wrong. It's egregious on every front. Once again, we know it, they know it, the American people know it, and that's why we're pushing back. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we can restore some reason and sanity and put an end to this absurd proposal for the IRS to snoop on Americans' bank accounts. Defeat the previous question so we can vote to prohibit IRS financial surveillance of Americans' bank accounts. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to waste my time debating misinformation, but my friend is talking about what he's talking about is a false government takeover. But what about the people who tried to take over our democracy on January 6th? What about what happened here on January 6th? Why is there no interest in getting to the truth? They come up with this instead. And again, I'm still waiting for somebody to respond to President Trump's statement that Insurrection Day took place on November 3rd. Do you really believe that? Is that what we have come to, where my friends on the other side would embrace such a shocking and such an offensive statement? We had a free and fair election, and this is what the former president, who my friends are all so afraid of, what he says. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this rule and the underlying resolution. There are moments in our country's history when we are presented with stark choices between right and wrong. and the violence of January 6th has made it clear that we're at such a moment. January 6th was a shocking assault on our government. On the orders of the former president, thousands of rioters destroyed public property, gravely injured police officers, terrorized lawmakers, and invaded the Capitol to halt the certification of the Electoral College required by the Constitution. That day cannot be minimized or swept under the carpet because the forces that inspired it, that inspired that attack, are still stoking the fires of chaos and conspiracy. Congress has tasked a bipartisan select committee with investigating the January 6th attack, and that committee has outlined why it needs Steve Bannon's testimony to fully understand the events leading up to that attack. However, when subpoenaed to testify, Mr. Bannon told the select committee to pound sand. Mr. Bannon is a private citizen. He is not above the law and cannot refuse to obey a subpoena any more than you or I or any American can. Neither Mr. Bannon nor the former president have made any credible legal arguments to shield his testimony. Patriotism demands that anyone with knowledge of that dark day come forward, and the rule of law and our Constitution demand that everyone in this Congress support this investigation. I'm incredibly disappointed that Republican leadership and so many of their colleagues continue to oppose any attempt to investigate the January 6th attack. They oppose legislation to create a bipartisan commission. They oppose the creation of the Select Committee, and they're now trying to prevent the committee from carrying out its work. This is not a time for games or delays, all of which have allowed the former president and his allies like Mr. Bannon to escape accountability thus far. This is a time for courage, the courage to protect our Constitution and our national integrity. I'm grateful to the members of the Select Committee for having the courage to put loyalty to country over partisan politics. Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge all of my colleagues to support this rule. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Iowa.
Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Minnesota for yielding today. Mr. Speaker, President Biden and Speaker Pelosi are moving full steam ahead with their big government, big spending vision for this country. One of the most egregious proposals in their multi-trillion-dollar reconciliation package would give the IRS access to nearly every single American's bank account by requiring financial institutions like your local bank or your credit union to report every account with more than $10,000 in transactions annually to the IRS. This proposal would give the IRS unprecedented access to sensitive personal information and unprecedented power to target working families across Iowa and across America. This government snooping is a complete invasion of privacy and a massive overreach into our lives and our livelihoods. This spying scheme is a lose, lose, lose. It will increase the existing backlog at the IRS exponentially. It will jeopardize the privacy of millions of Americans. It will destroy our community financial institutions. And it will hurt rural communities and working families hardest of all. Democrats claim this is about tax evasion. Everyone should pay the taxes that they owe. That is not the argument here. But this misguided proposal isn't about tracking down missing revenue. It is about expanded government control, plain and simple. This proposal, by design, will hit normal working families' bank accounts. A total of $10,000 in transactions in a year, that's a year's rent, a series of farm equipment bills, for example. The IRS should be focused on being more efficient at its current job, not emboldened and certainly not unleashed on hardworking Americans. So we do not need to be throwing more money at the IRS to put Americans' daily transactions under a microscope. Iowans have been very clear with me. They do not want the IRS snooping around in their bank accounts at that granular level. I've also heard very serious concerns from our community financial institutions. These are the folks who are helping our farmers, our families, and our small businesses access credit. They told me this proposal could force them to shut down for good, leaving Iowans without access to credit and capital that they need to help keep our rural economy going, to feed and fuel the world. I urge my colleagues to put a stop to this madness and stand up for our constituents by voting no on the previous question and keeping the government out of Americans' bank accounts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just remind everybody that democracy doesn't defend itself. People have to defend democracy, and it would be nice to see a little courage on the other side of the aisle. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the distinguished gentleman and chair of the Rules Committee for yielding and for his leadership. The House is a separate and co-equal branch of government. We are the institution that is closest to the people. The House has a sacred obligation under the Constitution to defend our democracy, and we should be doing that in a bipartisan way. But something has happened to the modern-day Republican Party. The party of Abraham Lincoln is gone. The party of Ronald Reagan is gone. The party of John McCain is gone. And a cult of personality has risen up to take its place. Is that why my colleagues refuse to denounce the former president's lie uttered today that the real insurrection was on November 3rd? Take back your party. You can start today. You can start right here. You can start by holding Steve Bannon accountable for his blanket defiance of a congressional subpoena. What is wrong with Steve Bannon? There is no cult exception to the United States Constitution. There is a legitimate bipartisan congressional investigation that is underway into the violent insurrection and attack on the Capitol on January 6th. It was an assault on the Congress, the Constitution, and the country. A lawful subpoena has been issued that Steve Bannon should comply with. We must hold Steve Bannon accountable for his blanket defiance of a congressional subpoena, for undermining the rule of law, and for obstructing a congressional investigation, because in America, no one is above the law.
Gentleman yields back. Again, members are reminded to direct their remarks to the Speaker, Speaker's chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend, the representative from Minnesota.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank my colleague from Minnesota for the time. I rise in opposition to the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 5586. This bill will kill a Biden administration proposal that would allow IRS agents to comb through the bank accounts of any American who spends more than $10,000 a year. To put that in perspective, $10,000 a year equates to just $28 a day, $850 a month, or half of the average Minnesota household mortgage payment. In other words, the Biden administration wants the IRS to be able to spy on tens of millions of Americans. So don't be mistaken. This proposal does not just target the 1%, as the president sometimes likes to claim. Instead, it is pointed directly at working American families. Today, I led a letter with more than 200 of my colleagues urging Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen to scrap this proposal to spy on American citizens. This is not China. We must protect Americans' right to privacy and stop this proposed intrusive, unnecessary Biden financial reporting requirements, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me just say, not only will my Republican friends not condemn the president's outrageous and unacceptable and unconscionable statement today, but they won't even talk about what we're here for. That's what fear looks like. And really, it's unbelievably sad. I'm happy now to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the rule and the underlying resolution. I want to start by saying this is not just about Mr. Bannon. This is about our rule of law, our democracy, and protecting it for future generations. On January 6th, the mob, incited by the lies of a political leader, descended on the Capitol. Nooses, vandalism, death threats to elected officials. Americans remember the violence that took place here. Beltway chatter often focuses on the winners and losers of the day, but on that day, we all lost. Americans lost their lives, and we nearly lost our democracy. That is why we created the bipartisan January 6th Commission. We know that unless we do our jobs, the ultimate losers will be future generations who will wonder what happened to our nation. The Commission's work is serious and has no time for the games of Mr. Bannon or anyone else who would disregard the rule of law. Our Constitution and our courts have made it clear that Congress has the power to investigate. This power is vital to the protection of our democracy, and it must be respected. You know, I think a lot about our late, dear colleague, Elijah Cummings, and his words still sit with me. He said, when we're dancing with the angels, the question will be asked, what did we do to make sure we kept our democracy intact? I stand before you with that quote on my heart, thinking of my own 4 grandchildren, and when they learn of January the 6th, they will see a time when America descended into violence, destruction, desecration, when Americans attacked Americans and threatened our democracy. And what did I do? What did we all do to protect our democracy? So I lend my voice to hold Mr. Bannon in contempt and support the Bipartisan Select Committee for their work in keeping our democracy and our future intact. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Oklahoma, the ranking member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. As my good friend from Georgia explained, if we defeat the previous question, we'll immediately move to bring up H.R. 5586. This bill is critically important to ensure that there's no expansion of Internal Revenue Service requirements for financial institutions to report the ins and outs of bank accounts. Members may remember this issue during the debate on Obamacare, when the Democrats tried to require anyone who received a payment of more than $600 to be given a 1099. People were rightly outraged by this provision, and it was repealed before it ever went into effect. Now, with their new reconciliation bill, the Democratic majority is again looking for pay-fors and are willing to sacrifice the privacy of all Americans in that quest. Every threshold being discussed for inclusion will give the IRS full access to what's in the bank account of every American. And that's the and what's the justification for that, Mr. Speaker? It's no help to the IRS to identify tax cheat. Well, I can tell you that, Mr. Speaker, the Democratic proposal will make everyone who pays rent or a mortgage a target and won't do anything to help the IRS close the tax gap. Mr. Speaker, the Democratic plan is an astonishing breach of privacy, giving the IRS the power to snoop around financial accounts even with no accusation of wrongdoing, violates every protection against government overreach. Americans have a reasonable expectation of privacy in their homes and in their personal lives, including their financial lives. And yet, if the majority has their way, the IRS will be empowered to go digging around in the bank accounts of everyday Americans in search of wrongdoing. That's simply beyond the pale. We have seen what can happen when the IRS abuses its power. It was only a few short years ago that the IRS was targeting political and religious organizations for their beliefs, an astonishing violation of the First Amendment right. What the IRS needs, Mr. Speaker, is oversight and accountability. And that's why we need to bring up and pass H.R. 5586 today. Only this will ensure that the IRS is not granted unprecedented power to intervene in the lives of and invade the privacy of ordinary Americans. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Chairman of the Rules Committee for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this resolution ought to be supported, and the underlying action that the rule provides for ought to be supported by every member of this House that believes that this House has a constitutional responsibility of oversight, of protecting the Constitution, the democracy in which we are all privileged to live, and the integrity of this House. Oversight is not possible for this House if, in fact, it cannot request and indeed demand the testimony of those who have information on which this House, the people's House, the protector of our democracy and our Constitution, need to protect our democracy. This rule and the underlying action for which it provides is essential. And Mr. Speaker, if I were trying a case, I would offer as Exhibit A statement by the man who would be dictator, Donald J. Trump, who absurdly and, of course, incorrectly says the insurrection took place on November 3rd, Election Day. January 6th was the protest. My view is that man, Donald J. Trump, protests too much. Because I believe that he recruited, incited, and deployed an insurrectionist mob to threaten this institution, its members, its constitutional responsibility in the electoral process of the presidency of the United States, and democracy itself. Mr. Speaker, the events of January 6th expose threats to our democracy that must be fully understood and addressed. A weighty responsibility that falls to the House's Select Committee on the January 6th attack on the Capitol, the bipartisan committee. I want to thank Chairman Thompson, Vice Chair Cheney, and all those serving on this committee for their commitment to seeking the truth and defending our democracy. And to giving sufficient information to our public, our constituents, our people, that they know this to be a stark and dangerous lie. The committee is doing a diligent job at finding the truth. This task should not have fallen to the members of the Select Committee, this subpoena and contempt. We should have been able to come together, Democrats and Republicans, to create a bipartisan commission in the style of the 9/11 Commission, recognizing that such consequential, transformative attacks require us to come together as one nation, indivisible, to seek answers and identify solutions to make our country safer. Sadly, however, we have come to a place where one party is so focused on defending the indefensible that this institution cannot act as Americans, but rather are relegated to acting simply as partisans. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I'm heartened to see Democrats and some courageous Republicans working together to uncover the truth of what happened that day. These Republican members are exhibiting what President Kennedy would call profiles in courage. In order for this committee to perform its work in full, indeed any committee of the Congress to perform its work in full, ultimately it has to be able to get the information that it needs from those who know the information it needs. It must hear testimony from all those who may have information regarding the events of January 6th in this particular case. That's why we provided the committee with subpoena authority. Steve Bannon's refusal to appear even when subpoenaed is a demonstration of his contempt not only for Congress, but his contempt of the Constitution and his contempt for the law. It is unacceptable and obstructive to this process of uncovering the full story of that day's attack on the Capitol. He must be found in contempt, not as a Democrat, not as a Republican, but on behalf of this institution and the people that we represent. Withholding information on the events of that day from the committee is no less than an act of betrayal of the American people and of our constitutional democracy. The American people need to understand what led to the violent insurrection that sought to overturn our election and led to the deaths of multiple police officers and others. Although, as I said, Exhibit A, the former president's comments, should be proof in and of itself. The American people need to understand what led to the deaths of those police officers and the placing at risk of the democratic process of electing a president of the United States. We need to understand, Mr. Speaker, how this could have happened, why it happened, and what ought to be done to hold the perpetrators accountable and prevent the events of the day from being repeated. That appears to be the fear on the floor of this House today. Accountability, responsibility, consequences. In refusing to appear before the commission, Mr. Bannon has made it clear where his loyalties lie. He's chosen Trump first and America last. Not America first. Trump first, America last. Trump first, our Constitution last. Trump first, our democracy last. Trump first, the House of the people. This House of Representatives last. And he will have to answer for that choice. This is a moment of reckoning for our country, reckoning with hard truths and painful memories, reckoning that above all requires truth and understanding. Can't we, Mr. Speaker, in a bipartisan way, summons the courage to look the truth in the eye and vote the truth? We cannot allow anyone to shirk their responsibility to share that truth and help the American people understand. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to vote yes on this resolution and to vote yes on the citation for contempt, so that Chairman Thompson, Vice Chairwoman Cheney, and the members of the Select Committee can make it clear to Mr. Bannon and to all others summoned to testify they will seek the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as they determine what we must do to protect our beloved country, our beloved Constitution, and our beloved democracy. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Oklahoma.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As explained prior, if we defeat the previous question, we will immediately move to bring up H.R. 5586. This bill prohibits the expansion of the Internal Revenue Service's requirements for financial institutions to report bank account transactions. The Biden administration is searching for ways to pay for their partisan $5.5 trillion social policy bill, and one of the Democrats' proposed solutions is to spy on taxpayers' bank accounts. Their proposal would require financial institutions and service providers to report data on accounts that deposit or withdraw more than $600 or maybe $10,000 to the Internal Revenue Service to help ensure that Americans are paying their fair share in taxes. Democrats claim that this regulatory expansion would only impact wealthy Americans and businesses, but in reality, it targets virtually all working-class people in our nation. This government overreach would be an enormous violation of privacy, jeopardize the financial security of all Americans, and impose significant compliance costs on financial institutions. Through this proposal, the Democrats are looking to weaponize the IRS by creating a new surveillance program that would allow them to monitor every single bank account without permission or limit. In order to conduct this surveillance on Americans, the provision includes $80 billion to double the number of IRS agents, which would be 6 times the size of the IRS's annual budget. This plan was initially included in the massive budget reconciliation bill and has now been since removed after pushback from financial institutions and customers. But it is still being considered for passage. Regardless, my House Republican colleagues and I are doing what we can to protect the financial security and privacy of the American people. I have recently written a letter to Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Neal, Secretary Yellen, and Commissioner Reding to express my concerns.
Mr. Speaker, I yield an additional minute.
Gentlelady yields an additional minute to the gentlelady from Oklahoma.
To express my concerns over overburdening the data collection system, exposing millions of Americans to potential cyber attacks, and how distrust in banks negatively impacts our economy. Additionally, I signed on to a letter and co-sponsored 2 bills that directly address this pressing issue. The letter to Secretary Yellen expressed the concern of more Americans unbanking due to privacy concerns and distrust in banks, and how applying extra reporting requirements for financial institutions would be incredibly burdensome. The U.S. government should not have the authority to spy on bank accounts of American taxpayers. The Biden administration's proposal would significantly impact the working class, invade privacy, pose financial security threats for Americans and businesses, and further burden institutions. House Republicans are working tirelessly to put a stop to this government overreach and protect Americans' people's security, privacy, and trust in this great nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota
Reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the gentlelady updating us on the bills that she's co-sponsored and her opinions about the IRS, which have nothing to do with the underlying bill that we are debating here today. But it is stunning to me that neither she nor any of my friends on the other side of the aisle will respond to what the former occupant of the White House said today in a statement, that the insurrection took place on November 3rd, that our election, our lawful election, in one of the oldest democracies in the world, was somehow an insurrection, and January 6th was merely a protest. I mean, I'm stunned by this. I challenge the next speaker, please, can you say that you disassociate yourselves with this statement? Can you make it clear to the American people that you want no part of this? I get it. You endorse this man. He campaigned for you. You're afraid of his base. You're afraid every time he says anything. But the bottom line is this statement needs to be condemned. And the unwillingness of anybody on the other side to condemn this statement is unconscionable. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohn.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They won't question Trump's statement that the insurrection was November 3rd because that's the day each and every one of them and each and every one of us was elected. It was a free and fair election when it came to electing congresspeople, but for some reason, they think it was an insurrection. Horse manure. Bannon, who is thumbing his nose at the Constitution and this Congress by not responding to his subpoena, said that it would be different on Election Day, on January 6th. It wouldn't go as expected because he was part of plotting what was an overthrow of our government. He was pardoned by President Trump for ripping off Trump supporters. He got them to give money to an effort to build the wall, and he took over $1 million for his own personal expenses. Fraud. But Trump didn't care that he ripped off Trump people for a Trump wall. He pardoned him. The whole thing is a con game, and we need to end it before democracy goes out the window. I urge you to support the rule and the underlying resolution. Protect America and protect democracy. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the representative from Illinois. Oh, excuse me, 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Minnesota for yielding and for Mr. Ferguson for leading this effort. If the previous question is defeated, we will amend the rule and immediately consider H.R. 5586, the Prohibiting IRS Financial Surveillance Act. This legislation would prohibit the Treasury Department and the IRS from implementing any new financial account surveillance regimes. This is a direct response to this administration's invasive proposal that would require financial institutions to report transaction data on every American's bank account that meets their proposed threshold. I am deeply skeptical of the need for this dangerous expansion of IRS oversight and believe it to be a significant risk to individual privacy. The Democrats are leading the American people to believe that this is needed to target wealthy tax cheats and to help close the tax gap. Unfortunately, this proposal, even with a $10,000 threshold, would subject Americans at every rung of the economic ladder to these erroneous reporting requirements. This includes middle-class families, small business owners, and farmers. Even with proposed carve-outs, this proposal would turn local banks into IRS reporting units, which is not only incredibly burdensome, but also costly. I've already been hearing from local bankers in Morton and Liberty, Illinois, and throughout my district that are deeply concerned on how this proposal will encourage their customers to empty out their bank accounts, further exacerbating the unbanked-banked divide. In a letter dated September 29, 2021, the Department of Treasury cited that the IRS experiences 1.4 billion cyber attacks a year. I don't know a single American that would like to have their personal data reported to a system that is highly targeted by hackers and foreign adversaries. In addition, the IRS's track record for leaking personal information raises serious questions about their ability to implement a program of this scale. I am proud to join my friend, Congressman Ferguson, in this effort to protect Americans' privacy, and I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when the gentlelady from Minnesota yielded the gentleman from Illinois an additional minute, I was kind of hopeful that maybe he would be the one to say that he disassociates himself from the statement of Donald Trump today, in which he said that the insurrection took place on November 3rd, Election Day. I'd be happy to yield him 30 seconds if he wants to say that this was a statement that is not only unconscionable, but that every American should condemn. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, the majority whip, Mr. Clyburn.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Chairman McGovern for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I often quote George Santayana, who warned, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." The insurrection on January 6th was the worst attack on our Constitution since the Civil War. While the secessionists were defeated in 1865, our nation's experiment with multiracial democracy during Reconstruction did not last. It was extinguished by the lost cause mythology that minimized the evils of the secessionists and raised monuments to the leaders of the Confederacy that they established. These willful circumventions and misrepresentations were used as justification for avoiding accountability and violently stripping African Americans of constitutional rights. We are at risk of repeating that history today. Just as the Lost Cause laid the ideological groundwork for Jim Crow and all its inhumanities, the big lie seeks to justify nullification laws that seek to suppress votes and establish autocratic rule. The former president and his enablers are using the big lie to deny the horror of January 6th. They are attempting to obstruct and subvert the Select Committee's work and to prevent a full accounting of their efforts to undermine our democracy. We know from our history that when our government is attacked, failing to hold the perpetrators accountable emboldens them, allowing their myths to gain currency incentivizes them, and underestimating their disregard for their fellow citizens enables them to deny those citizens their constitutional rights. I urge the adoption of this resolution so that we avoid repeating the past, or at least that part of our past that dehumanizes our fellow citizens. We must act to strengthen our democracy and build a better future for our country so that it can once again be the envy of the world. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Texas.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are singularly focused on the happenings only within the walls of Capitol Hill, the rest of us, working families, are struggling with the consequences of this failed administration, including rising inflation, pending unemployment, border threats, increased drugs and violence in our neighborhoods, and an out-of-control, power-hungry administration. I cannot explain the chairman and majority leaders' absolute and unhealthy obsession with a former president, but I sincerely urge them to seek treatment so that they can focus on the insurmountable harms that are being caused by the current administration and how they are currently forcing them on all of the American people. I rise in opposition to the previous question so the House can immediately consider H.R. 5586, legislation critical to stopping the Democrats' unending attempts to control every aspect of American lives. Now, the left are in an unrelenting pursuit of tracking every penny you and your family personally earn and spend. If the price tag for their socialist policies weren't alarming enough, what's hidden inside the bill should truly horrify all Americans. If you pay rent, if you buy groceries, or pay a mortgage, you're going to be subject to surveillance. From the lowest income earners on up, every American will be checked. Thousands more IRS bureaucrats will be hired for their new surveillance program with authority to monitor every transaction you make. Every account transaction would be traced and reported to the federal government, edging us closer and closer to a communist-controlled police state. Republicans are unified in our fight against this new surveillance program. My friend and ranking member Kevin Brady led the charge to stop this early on, but not a single Democrat stood up for Americans' financial privacy.
I yield an additional 15 seconds.
Thank you. First, things are reported and monitored, and then they're controlled. We cannot let Democrats push us down this dangerous and slippery slope. I yield back.
Texas yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, oh my God. Can somebody, please, I beg of you on the other side, can somebody please disassociate yourself or condemn the statement by the former president, who said today that the insurrection took place on November 3rd. All my colleagues were elected on November 3rd as well. If you believe that that date, that election day was an insurrection, then your election results are illegitimate. Can somebody please, for the sake of our democracy, say that what was said by the former president is wrong? Please, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Indiana.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
I, like my colleagues, today rise in opposition to the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 5586, prohibiting IRS Financial Surveillance Act. Mr. Speaker, Hoosiers are outraged, and my friends across the aisle would have you believe that it is just the Hoosier financial institutions that are outraged at having to hand over the personal account information of their customers. But it is, in fact, those account owners that are outraged at the notion that my friends across the aisle would build an apparatus to surveil and snoop in their personal bank accounts. Now, their horror only grows as I answer questions for them. First, they ask, surely this must only apply to the super rich and not to me. But I reply, no. It applies to you if you spend just over $200 a week. Then they'll ask, surely this must only apply to those that are suspected of a crime. And I say, no. It's collection on every account, irrespective of whether there's a suspected crime or tax evasion afoot. And then, of course, they'll ask me, surely the IRS has a very good track record of keeping this data safe. And I have to reply, no. The track record, in fact, indicates the opposite. The IRS has a terrible track record of keeping this data safe against the intrusion of actors from around the world and right here at home. And then they say, well, surely the IRS has a good track record of not mobilizing this data for political purposes. And yet again, I have to say no. In fact, the evidence indicates the IRS has mobilized this data for their own political purposes and for the political purposes across the aisle. My friends, this is horrifying. This surveillance state that is trying to be built. Hoosiers understand what's being asked of them. Trillions of dollars are being proposed to be spent, and now they're being asked to give up their personal information from their personal bank accounts to foot that bill for my colleagues across the aisle. I hope this stops here, and with that, I yield back.
From Indiana, yields back.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from
Speaker, I don't know if this microphone is working because I'm not sure my colleagues can hear me when I have asked them over and over again. Can you please disassociate yourself from the former president's statement today? It is important. But, it is on topic. And by the way, what the gentleman just talked about, has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. It's amazing that nobody wants to talk about what's on the floor today. But my constituents, when they talk to me, you know what they're fearful about? They're fearful about losing our democracy in their lifetime. And the inability or the unwillingness of my friends on the other side to be able to disassociate themselves with a statement by the former president, which today he said the election on November 3rd was somehow the insurrection, is stunning to me. He is tearing this country apart, and the silence and the indifference on the other side is aiding him in his quest to do that. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend and representative from Indiana.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the previous question. If we defeat the previous question, Republicans will amend the rule to include H.R. 5586, the Prohibiting IRS Financial Surveillance Act, legislation to prevent the IRS from snooping into Americans' personal financial accounts. Under President Biden and congressional Democrats' policies, American families continue to be squeezed by inflation at the gas pump, at the grocery store, and in their monthly energy bills. But this inflation isn't enough for them. Now they want to monitor the average American's bank account. As part of Democrats' misguided tax and spending spree, they've proposed new reporting requirements from financial institutions to the IRS regarding private account information. This vast government overreach would turn financial institutions into my district into local outposts of the IRS, all with the sole purpose of reporting Hoosiers' personal financial account information back to the government. Make no mistake, this will capture virtually every American who will be subject to increased levels of IRS intrusion in their daily lives. The IRS has already been challenged by leaks of thousands of documents, including sensitive taxpayer information. The collection of additional data would only exacerbate this problem and subject many Americans to the potential exposure of their personal information. Let's not forget that under the Obama administration, the IRS systematically targeted certain groups applying for tax-exempt status simply because of their political affiliation. I hope that we can defeat the previous question to protect the privacy of all Americans and to ensure that the IRS won't be surveilling every financial transaction. I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
I am as well. So,
Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority has chosen to turn the committee into a vehicle to push their own narrative, and it is clearly more interested in pursuing a partisan agenda to politicize January 6th rather than conducting a legitimate, good faith investigation into the security failures leading up to that day. As my colleague from Pennsylvania pointed out, where is the legitimate legislative purpose? The members across the aisle have yet to address what kind of legitimate legislative purposes could, might, or even possibly come out of the commission investigation. A lawful subpoena, according to the Supreme Court, needs to serve a legitimate legislative purpose. The majority leader used the words like oversight, the American people need to understand, and hold perpetrators accountable. These statements do not qualify as a legitimate legislative purpose. This is nothing more than an attempt by the Democrats to distract from the very real issues facing Americans every day. I look forward to getting back to the real work of solving the supply chain issues, reclaiming American energy production, and empowering U.S. citizens to live their lives without government interference or surveillance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the previous question, the rule, and the underlying legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Minnesota yields the balance of her time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker.
Gentleman has 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, I can't adequately express the outrage I feel about what happened in this institution on January 6th. It was not only an attack on this building, it was an attack on our democracy. And I'll tell you, if we don't have our democracy intact, you're not going to fix the supply chain issues or the energy issues or any other issues. But our democracy is in peril. It was attacked on January 6th. And Mr. Speaker, I'm the chairman of the Rules Committee, so I understand what the rules of the House are. And so I cannot say what I really feel about what went on in this chamber today with this debate. I'm disgusted, to be quite honest with you. We are trying to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th, and many on the other side have done everything they could to frustrate that effort. And now we have somebody who doesn't want to comply with a subpoena, and we are saying, we're going to put some force behind that because we need to be able to do our oversight. We need to get to the truth, and my friends is trying to frustrate that. And then today, former President Trump issues a statement saying Insurrection Day took place on November 3rd. That was Election Day, when we were all elected. That's what he thought? That's what he thinks was an insurrection? And January 6th was just a protest. I mean, we were all here that day. We saw the violence. People lost their lives that day. People were wounded that day. People were traumatized by that day. And again, it was not just an attack on this building and the people who work here. It was an attack on our democracy. And my friends on the other side of the aisle can't even muster the courage to say that the former president was wrong in his statement. That is what fear looks like. That is what fear of Donald Trump looks like. It is so sad that a once great party has come to this. You know, I said it earlier before, I mean, members come and go. And I know people are all worried about the latest polls and where our base is and what political implications will come from this or that. But at the end of the day, you got to be worried about your legacy, about what your children and grandchildren think. So, Mr. Speaker, please, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the rule and yes on the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman from Massachusetts yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The previous question is ordered. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on ordering the previous question.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the previous question.
Gentleman from New Jersey, rise. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota rise?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Tlaib, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on House Resolution 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on HRES 727, and as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on HRES 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Burgess will vote no on the rule. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on HRES 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on HRES 727.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sylvia Garcia, I inform the House that Ms. Garcia will vote yes on HRES 727. And as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on HRES 727.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Jody Heiss from Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Heiss will vote no on the rule. Is it on the rule? On HR 727.
Illinois. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 727.
Purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, it's my turn? Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on HRES 727.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on HRES 727.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker,
As the member designated by Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that Mrs. Wasserman Schultz will vote yay on HRES 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRES 727. And as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on HRES 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H Resolution 727.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Cooper, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on HRES 727. And as the member designated by Ms. Frankel, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on HRES 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, I inform the House Ms. Moore will vote yes on HRES 727.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 727.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by the Honorable Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on HRES 727.
On the rule.
The nays are 205. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, I call up House Report 117-152.
The clerk will report the title.
House Calendar number 39, House Report number 117-152, report to accompany resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Stephen K. Bannon in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
Pursuant to House Resolution 727, the report is considered read. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, I call up House Resolution 730 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 730, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Stephen K. Bannon in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
Pursuant to House Resolution 727, the resolution is considered read and shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, and an opponent or their respective designees. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, the gentlewoman from Ms. Cheney, and the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, each will control 20 minutes, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, since Speaker Pelosi asked me to chair the January 6th Select Committee, I spent a lot of time thinking about the importance of what we are doing, the weight of it, the urgency. We need to give the American people answers about what happened. There needs to be swift accountability. But there are longer-term considerations too, Madam Speaker. I'm a grandfather, and when I talk to my grandkids about that horrific attack on our democracy on January 6th, my mind jumps ahead to the future in store for them. Questions about whether American democracy, as we know it now, will remain strong, whether it will withstand future tests. That's got to be the legacy of this committee's work. To be sure, we're going to answer questions about what happened on that day. But we also need to draw a roadmap for making sure our democracy remains strong tomorrow. We'll work backward at what happened and try to explain how and why the insurrection came about. But we'll also look forward and generate recommendations for legislative policy and process changes that will help ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. And when we get to the end of this process and look back, we're going to ask ourselves, did we do everything in our power to uncover every fact? Did we use the tools at our disposal to get a full accounting, or did we let someone stand in our way without facing consequences? Did we learn what we needed to know for Congress to forge legislation to help ensure we never experience another January 6th again? That's why we are taking up this resolution today, citing Steve Bannon with criminal contempt and referring him for prosecution by the Justice Department. We didn't choose to be here. This isn't about punishing Steve Bannon. The Select Committee would prefer and frankly expect all witnesses to fully cooperate. But Steve Bannon has led us down this path by refusing to cooperate in any way with our investigation. We believe Mr. Bannon has information valuable to our probe. He was deeply involved in the so-called Stop the Steal campaign. He was reportedly in a war room meeting the day before the riot and had been pressuring the former president to try to stop the counting of the Electoral College ballots. He himself warned that all hell would break loose on January 6th. We believe he can help inform our inquiry as to how the riot came together and what it was intended to achieve. He's clearly an important witness. So we subpoenaed him, and unlike other witnesses who have engaged and worked with our team to find a way to cooperate, Mr. Bannon told us he wouldn't comply because the former president told him not to. He hid behind vague and baseless claims of privilege. That's just not acceptable. The Select Committee told Mr. Bannon several times that he would face the consequences if he didn't change course. Well, he didn't change course, and his actions have brought us to this point. Madam Speaker, we need to make it clear that no person is above the law. We need to take a stand for the integrity of the Select Committee's investigation and for the integrity of this body. What sort of precedent would it set for the House of Representatives if we allow a witness to ignore us flat out without facing any kind of consequences? What message would it send to other witnesses in our investigation? I'm not willing to find out. I'm not willing to get to the end of the Select Committee's work and look back wishing we had done more to uncover all the facts, not when we know what's on the line, when we know that our democracy isn't yet out of danger, when we know that the forces that tried to overturn the election persist in their assault on the rule of law. Our investigation is going forward. We're hearing from witnesses, reviewing documents, analyzing data. Mr. Bannon stands alone in his defiance, and we will not stand for it. We will not allow anyone to derail our work because our work is too important, helping ensure that the future of American democracy is strong and secure. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
Madam Speaker, a year ago today, the election was still a couple of weeks off. We knew it would be a tight race, but most of us did not anticipate that President Trump, or any president, frankly, would ever simply reject the outcome of the vote. President Trump had the right to challenge the outcome in our state and federal courts, which have an appropriate and constitutional role in resolving election claims. But what he did thereafter has no precedent in our history. He rejected the court's rulings in dozens of cases, including the rulings of judges President Trump himself appointed. He rejected what his own Department of Justice officials told him over and over again, that they found no evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to overcome the election. He rejected the conclusions of both the Department of Justice and the intelligence community that the Dominion voting machines had not secretly changed the election outcome. President Trump had no factual or constitutional basis for his claims, and the lawyers he found who would carry his false claims forward have paid the consequences. Rudy Giuliani's license to practice law has been suspended, and Sidney Powell has been sanctioned by a federal judge. But Donald Trump persisted, attempting through every manner he could imagine to try to overturn the outcome of the election. And we all saw what happened. The people who attacked this building have told us on video, on social media, and now before the federal courts exactly what motivated them. They believed what Donald Trump told them, that the election was stolen and that they needed to take action. Today, Madam Speaker, we are here to address one witness Mr. Steve Bannon. I urge all Americans to watch what Mr. Bannon said on his podcast on January 5th and 6th. It is shocking and indefensible. He said all hell is going to break loose. He said, quote, "We are coming in right over the target. This is the point of attack we have always wanted." Madam Speaker, there are people in this chamber right now who were evacuated with me and with the rest of us on that day during that attack. People who now seem to have forgotten the danger of the moment, the assault on the Constitution, the assault on our Congress. People who you will hear argue that there is simply no legislative purpose for this committee, for this investigation, or for this subpoena. In fact, there is no doubt that Mr. Bannon knows far more than what he said on the video. There is no doubt that all hell did break loose. Just ask the scores of brave police officers who were injured that day protecting all of us. The American people deserve to hear his testimony. Let me give you just 4 examples of the legislative purpose of this investigation. First, the plot we are investigating, involving Mr. Eastman, Mr. Giuliani, Mr. Bannon, President Trump, and many others. Their plot attempted to halt or delay our count of electoral votes and reverse the outcome of the 2020 election. The 1887 Electoral Count Act is directly at issue, and our investigation will lead to recommendations to amend or reform that act. Second, while the attack was underway, President Trump knew it was happening. Indeed, he may have been watching it all unfold on television, and yet he took no immediate action to stop it. This appears to be a supreme dereliction of duty by President Trump, and we are evaluating whether our criminal laws should be enhanced to supply additional and more severe consequences for this type of behavior. Third, we know from our investigation to date that President Trump was pressuring the Department of Justice in late December 2020 to support his false claims that the election was stolen. Several brave and honorable Trump appointees at the department flatly refused to go along with this fraud and threatened to resign. We are evaluating what, if any, additional laws may be required to prevent a future president from succeeding in any such effort. Fourth, we know that President Trump made efforts to persuade state election officials to, quote, find votes, to change the election outcome in his favor. We are evaluating whether the criminal laws of the United States should be enhanced to make the penalty for this type of behavior even more severe, and if so, in what manner. Mr. Bannon's own public statements make clear he knew what was going to happen before it did, and thus he must have been aware of and may well have been involved in the planning of everything that played out on that day. The American people deserve to know what he knew and what he did. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Indiana.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 3 months ago, for the first time in the history of Congress, Speaker Pelosi vetoed Jim Jordan and I from serving on the Select Committee to investigate January 6th. Not all firsts are worth celebrating. It was a shameful and divisive decision with real consequences. Today, because of that decision, there is no committee conducting a legitimate investigation into January 6th. Congress is prohibited from conducting criminal investigations, period. But that's exactly what the Select Committee is doing, conducting an illicit criminal investigation into American citizens. Steve Bannon was a private citizen before, after, and during January 6th. So why is the Select Committee interested in Steve Bannon? It's simple. He is a Democrat Party boogeyman. The Select Committee despises Steve Bannon's politics. so they're abusing their power to put him in jail. The committee explained it's seeking documents from Mr. Bannon because he helped, quote, construct and participated in the permitted and legal Stop the Steal rally. To date, the Select Committee has subpoenaed 11 other private citizens for organizing the Stop the Steal rally. Here, in the land of the free, 12 American citizens are under congressional investigation for the sole crime of planning a legal political protest. Never in the history of Congress has a committee or a political party stooped so low. Congress has no authority to conduct criminal investigations. Congress can only issue subpoenas that serve a legislative purpose. The question that the committee must answer is, why are they seeking information about a permitted political rally? What legislative purpose does that serve? Is the committee considering laws to limit Americans' right to political protest? It's clear that the Select Committee doesn't give a lick about Congress's subpoena authority. Does the committee share the same disdain for the First Amendment? I wouldn't put it past them. As we all know, the DOJ has a highly active criminal investigation into the January 6th attack. They've made something like 600 arrests. As I said, very active, even hyperactive, compared to the Biden DOJ's typical reaction to political violence. But the Department of Justice's investigation isn't comprehensive. There are still questions that only Congress can answer. Congress still has a role to play. But the Select Committee has completely abandoned that role. Why else does the Select Committee want to hear from Mr. Bannon? Because on January 5th, Mr. Bannon warned that, quote, all hell was going to break loose tomorrow. So according to the Select Committee, no person could have predicted that violence might occur that day. According to the committee, that Mr. Bannon warned of violence on the 5th is proof that Mr. Bannon had, quote, foreknowledge of the attack on the 6th. Never mind that the FBI found that the attack wasn't coordinated. Never mind that the Capitol Police received actionable intelligence about a potential violence occurring weeks before the 6th. Never mind that every member of Congress, every single DC resident, every American with internet access knew that violence was a possibility on January 6th. The question the committee should be asking is this: how did the United States Capitol Police, the DC Metropolitan Police, and the FBI all have no clue that, quote, all hell was going to break loose? Steve Bannon, a private citizen, knew. So why didn't the Capitol Police have enough riot shields? Why did it take multiple hours to deploy the National Guard? These are worthwhile questions, and Congress has a duty to answer them. Because January 6th was an enormous intelligence failure. There was a breakdown in security, a breakdown that was repeated on Good Friday when Officer Billy Evans was brutally murdered. The issues that plagued the Capitol Police on January 6th have not been fixed. In fact, according to a Capitol Police whistleblower, the officers most responsible for the intelligence failure on the 6th were promoted by Speaker Pelosi's team. To be clear, the Select Committee is engaged in an unconstitutional political investigation, a sham investigation conducted by a sham committee that refuses to answer real questions about what happened on January 6th. The Capitol was attacked, and instead of figuring out what went wrong, the committee launched its own attack on Congress's norms. The Select Committee's politicization of January 6th cuts both ways. The committee's inaction has made the Capitol less secure, and the committee's actions have further separated Congress from its constitutional roles. The American people and the United States Capitol Police deserve a real investigation into the 6th, and the Select Committee has abandoned them. I urge all of my colleagues to make the moral vote, do the right thing. I urge you to vote for the rule of law, for the institution of Congress, and against the Select Committee's dangerous abuse of Congress's oversight authority. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, I heard the Speaker opposing this amendment. We're not seeking actually information from Mr. Bannon because of his opinions. We issued the subpoena because we believe he's knowledge of relevant facts that we need to discover. We're not violating anything, and certainly not Mr. Bannon's amendment rights. The only violation we can talk about is the violation of this building on January 6th. And Mr. Bannon's claim that the election was stolen helped foment that attack. Investigating that is also part of our charter. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to correct the record. The gentleman from Indiana asserted that the FBI has found there was no coordination. That's just simply not true. The gentleman also said that he is not on the committee. He noted that the Speaker had determined that he wouldn't be on the committee. So I would like to introduce for the record a number of letters the gentleman from Indiana has been sending to federal agencies, dated September 16th, 2021, for example, signing his name as the ranking member of the committee. He's just informed the House that he's not on and that he, in fact, is not on. I'd like to introduce those for the record. And now, Madam Speaker, I would like to yield to Representative Lofgren.
Time.
I would like to yield 3 minutes, Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would note that the gentleman from Indiana is incorrect. We are not pursuing a law enforcement investigation. Only the DOJ can do that. What we are doing is taking the steps that are provided for under the congressional contempt statute that has existed for many decades, because the Select Committee's charge is to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th. Who planned it? Who paid for it? What was the intent? And what legislative steps can we recommend to remove future threats to our Constitution? To do that, we need information, both documents and testimony, and to get that, we issue subpoenas. Now, what is a subpoena? Is it just a suggestion, a mere request, an encouragement to testify? Nope. A subpoena is a writ issued by a government agency, in this case the Congress, to compel testimony or production of evidence. When you get a subpoena, the law requires you to comply. If you think there may be some valid reason that excuses you from telling the truth under oath, you have to come in and make your case to the committee. Steve Bannon is the only person who's outright refused to engage with the committee. He thinks that if he simply obstructs Congress by not showing up, he'll escape the consequences. But as Theodore Roosevelt said, no man is above the law and no man is below the law. If you get a subpoena, you can't hide behind vague, immaterial claims of privilege. The cases make it clear. Judicial Watch, Nixon versus GSA, the McGahn case, executive privilege is limited to immediate White House advisors on government policy. Bannon's a private citizen. His extravagant claims can't shield his conversations and plotting with other private citizens. His status, according to the cases, doesn't get executive privilege protection. He has no absolute immunity. America, what would happen if you received a subpoena from Congress or a court? Do you think you could get away with just saying, go fly a kite? You'd be held accountable. And so should Mr. Bannon be held to account for defying the law regarding this subpoena. To defend the rule of law, we must vote yes on this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time to the gentlelady.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, no one has said that the Select Committee doesn't have a legislative purpose. Let's be very clear. There's important work that, frankly, we wish they were doing, like answering why this campus was left unprotected and what we are doing to keep it from happening again. That hasn't happened yet. What we are saying is that the subpoenas that have so far been issued do not ask for information that would meet any legitimate legislative purpose. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield to my colleague from the great state of Illinois, Mr. Davis,
From what amount of time, please?
as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my friend and colleague from Indiana, Mr. Banks. I can tell you when I got elected to serve in this body almost 9 years ago, I didn't expect to be standing here today to talk about such an important issue. I spent 16 years as a congressional staffer working for a member of Congress who I looked up to and who respected this institution for what it was and what it meant to our country. And when I came to Congress to serve with him, I had that utmost respect for this institution at the same time. That's why I wanted to be part of the House Administration Committee, because I wanted to make this Congress and this House work better, act in a much more bipartisan manner, make sure that we protect those who are on this campus, but also at the same time protect those who protect us. And Madam Speaker, we are now months and months post January 6th. My many conversations with U.S. Capitol Police officers and those who work on this campus, they have the same concerns I have. The question they ask is, why were we so unprotected on January 6th? And what has changed since then? Getting to the bottom of those questions should be the top priority for all of us in this House. There are serious security vulnerabilities that have not been addressed by this House in 11 months after January 6th, and this is what the majority has decided to spend its time on. Holding a private citizen who wasn't even part of the administration at the time in contempt for refusing to comply with House Democrat subpoenas. This is after more than 600 people have been arrested for their role in the tragedies we saw on January 6th. And when I get the article, I would like to submit for the record, Madam Speaker, a Reuters article that talks about senior officials stating at the FBI that there was no organized effort to overthrow the government on January 6th. So I will submit it once I get a copy of that. I did not bring it with me. But our job, again, is to secure this Capitol. We've never seen a breach like the one that we saw that day. And it's our responsibility to make sure it doesn't happen again. But that hasn't been done under the leadership of this House. We've had 2 independent reports regarding January 6th. One bipartisan report in the Senate and another one commissioned by the Speaker herself. And that came out in March. These have never been acted on. But this is what the Select Committee has been working on. The Capitol Police IG has released 7 reports related to January 6th, making recommendations on what is needed to secure this Capitol. To my disappointment, the majority has not acted in a meaningful way to ensure all 103 IG findings are implemented. These reports have all told us what the problems are and the recommendations on how to fix them. But Congress, us, have failed to even debate these changes, let alone act on them. We know massive changes to intel, perimeter protection, training, leadership structure, decision-making processes, and many, many more are needed, but neither the Select Committee nor the Committee on House Administration seem at all interested in ensuring these changes are made. The Committee on House Administration, which has oversight of security, hasn't held a single hearing since August 5th, with no upcoming hearings scheduled according to the majority's website. And the Select Committee, right now, as we see, is just purely focused on political subpoenas. And without objection, I'd like to introduce these articles into the record, Madam Speaker.
That objection is so ordered.
Thank you. Additionally, a number of questions from that day still remain unanswered. I'm still waiting for the Speaker of the House to answer a letter I sent her back in February that asked why the National Guard requests by then Police Chief Sund were denied. And why was the Speaker's office and the Speaker involved in eventually approving the request? Why the House Sergeant at Arms has refused to comply with preservation and production requests from my office. And we have many, many more questions about why the Capitol was so unprepared that day. Our top priority should be ensuring our Capitol is never as vulnerable as it was on January 6th. But this majority has done absolutely nothing to make the security changes needed to make this Capitol safer. Madam Speaker, we must do better. We have not fixed the institutional problems with our security apparatus that led to the lack of preparation, the danger that our brave officers were put in on that day and any other possible day like that in the future. That's a failure of leadership in this institution. We must fix the problems that led to the terrible security posture here. And I will tell you, after witnessing what we saw in a few different days and security postures that this House was put into a couple of other days since January 6th, and I urge you to talk to the brave officers that stand around these buildings and protect all of us every day. Ask them the same question I do. Ask them if we have put them in a better position than they were in on January 5th. And the answer out of every single officer I ask that question to is no. What is stopping this House from fixing the problems? It's a lack of will. It's a lack of focusing on the true issues that led for them to be put in a dangerous spot on January 5th. Instead, we're talking politics. It's wrong, and we must do better. I've said time and time again, and I stand willing to work with my Democrat colleagues to make this House, this Capitol, safer for everyone. Instead, it's all about political points like the one being scored today. Disappointed, you can tell. My frustration is going to continue to boil over until we're in a position to fix the problems that I've laid out and that we know exist. I yield back.
Gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, in response to gentleman from Illinois' statement, the first hearing of the Select Committee, we actually held and interviewed 4 officers who put their lives on line defending all of us who work here in this body. So I assure you, my directions to the committee have always been, we'll look at all the facts and circumstances surrounding what occurred. We're genuinely interested in getting to the facts. We're working to get the answers, and that's why we are on the floor today, to get answers from Steve Bannon about what he knew, what he did leading up to January 6th. Also, the gentleman from Indiana, I'm glad he finally agreed that the Select Committee has a legitimate legislative purpose. And that's why we're here today pursuing that legislative purpose. So I'm happy that the record will reflect his comments. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, a valued member of the Select Committee.
Guys, for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution to refer Stephen Bannon to the Department of Justice for prosecution for contempt of Congress. You know, it didn't have to be this way. Mr. Bannon, a self-professed patriot, could have done the patriotic thing and cooperated with our bipartisan committee. If Mr. Bannon is proud of the role he played in connection with January 6th, he should be eager to tell his side of the story. And instead, he's acting like a man who has something to hide. Our committee seeks only the truth. That is our legal charge and our moral obligation. We cannot let any individual impede our inquiry. and we will not tolerate Mr. Bannon's evasion. And why must we be so unrelenting in our pursuit of truth? Because on January 6th, the greatest nation on earth came under attack. And this attack wasn't carried out by officials in Beijing, Moscow, or Tehran, or foreign terrorists even. It was an attack conducted by our fellow citizens, regular Americans who were radicalized because they believed outrageous lies fed to them by other Americans in positions of power and influence. The attack was launched against the seat and symbol of our republic. It was designed to disrupt the certification of the presidential election results, to defy the will of the voters. This was no peaceful protest in a proud American tradition. It was violent and vicious. Members of the mob wielded weapons. They called for the death of the vice president. They hunted members of Congress. They caused severe harm to law enforcement officers. And the real disservice to the police comes from those who want to whitewash the violence of January 6th and pretend that the riot of that day was anything short of the violent attack it was, aimed at derailing the peaceful transfer of power. America's not just a place, it's an idea. And on January 6th, there was an attack on the very idea of America. And I believe that patriots of all political stripes should want to protect our capital, this country, and her Constitution. Our committee will make a full accounting of what happened and will make recommendations to ensure it never happens again.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Vice Chair for yielding. Like many of my colleagues, I was right here on the House floor when the violent mob attacked our Capitol. I saw those doors shaking, nearly overrun with rioters attempting to enter. I saw my colleagues shed their jackets and roll up their sleeves, preparing for the eventuality. And I saw Capitol Police acting quickly and thoughtfully to conduct a successful evacuation of members from this chamber. Their actions undoubtedly saved lives. What we didn't know at the time was that on the steps of the Capitol, were the Capitol and the Metro PD officers engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Officer Michael Fanone told us he was grabbed, beaten, and tased, all while being called a traitor to this country. This is what officers dealt with to defend our democracy. Some lost their lives. Many are still living with both the physical wounds and the trauma that they suffered that day. This is what our officers dealt with to defend democracy. Officer Harry Dunn told us more than 6 months later, January 6th still isn't over for me. These officers are heroes. I want to thank the chair and the vice chair for their leadership in making our first hearing directly from those heroes in their own words. We wanted to hear and make sure that all of our colleagues in this country heard firsthand what we experienced on the ground that day. We asked them to explain the violence they had to endure to protect our democratic process. And in return, they made one simple request: to get to the bottom of this. They want answers, and quite frankly, they deserve answers. So far, both the Metro PD and the Capitol Police have been excellent allies in this investigation. They've cooperated, shared their stories and expertise, and provided us with key evidence and accounts of the violence they endured that day. And we owe it to them to see this investigation through. The vote we take today is a crucial step toward removing a roadblock in our investigation. We owe it to every officer who put their life on the line that day and every day to protect us here in the Capitol. We owe them answers, and this committee intends to get to those answers by all means necessary. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you. I yield back to the
Gentleman from Indiana.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, an Iraq and Afghanistan Air Force veteran and a lieutenant colonel in the Air National Guard.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman for yielding. Let me just say first, Madam Speaker, as a Republican, don't let my side use the security posture as the straw man argument in this. The reality is that's the equivalent of blaming the victim of a crime for the crime. And while it is important, that's not what we're here to talk about today. Madam Speaker, voting on a criminal contempt resolution is not the position we hoped to be in, but Steve Bannon went out of his way to earn this resolution before us, and now we must approve it. Mr. Bannon's willful disregard for the Select Committee's subpoena demonstrates his utter contempt for the American people's right to know how the attacks on January 6 came about. He has advanced a ludicrous legal argument in support of his decision not to cooperate or comply, a decision that defies the rule of law and rejects the will of the American people. Mr. Bannon's reported actions put him near the center of the investigation into the events surrounding January 6th. His own words strongly suggest that the actions of the mob that stormed the Capitol and invaded this very chamber came as no surprise to him. He and a few others were by all accounts involved in planning that day's events and encouraged by those who attacked the Capitol, our officers, and our democracy. I have no doubt that Mr. Bannon's scorn for our subpoena is real, but no one, and I repeat, no one, is above the law, and we need to hear from him. As the Select Committee's contempt report states, it was Mr. Bannon who on January 5th predicted with chilling accuracy, quote, "All hell is going to break loose tomorrow." On his radio show that day, he stated, quote, "It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. All I can say is strap in. You made this happen, and tomorrow it's game day. So strap in. Let's get ready." And it was Mr. Bannon who is recorded as saying, quote, "It's all converging, and now we're on the point of attack tomorrow." Mr. Bannon said these things publicly as a private citizen, someone deeply involved with Stop the Steal movement, and he said them nearly 3 years after leaving his job at the White House. Mr. Bannon was also reportedly among the small group of Trump confidants assembled at the Willard Hotel to discuss plans to stop or delay the January 6th count. Is it any wonder that the Select Committee needs to hear from him, that we want to see related materials that he has? Furthermore, does anyone really believe Mr. Bannon's actions are covered by a blanket, no questions asked claim of executive privilege, one the former president has never actually made? Madam Speaker, Steve Bannon is a key witness to the Select Committee's probe. He has yet to say or produce anything in response to the subpoena, and his assertion of executive privilege is far-fetched in the extreme and not his to make. I urge my colleagues to join me to support the contempt resolution, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the distinguished gentlelady from Wyoming, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Donald Trump said the insurrection took place on November 3rd. No, Mr. Trump, I'm sorry. That's what we call an election in America, an election that was validated by more than 60 federal and state courts, including before 8 judges nominated to the bench by President Trump himself, and all the way up to the United States Supreme Court, all of them rejecting every claim of electoral fraud and corruption that was advanced. We know an insurrection when we see one in this body because we lived through one. Under the banner of this continuing and deranged big lie, the Stop the Steal movement brought down a violent insurrection against this Congress and an attempted coup against Vice President Mike Pence. They interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history. They caused the worst attack on Congress since the War of 1812, and they injured and wounded more than 140 police officers, Capitol officers, Metropolitan Police Department officers, and others, breaking their noses, breaking their necks, breaking their vertebrae, breaking their arms, breaking their legs, breaking their hearts and their spirits. We are investigating the attack on American democracy because we are Americans. We are investigating the attack on Congress by domestic enemies of our Constitution because we are sworn to do so by our oaths of office. But now, the big lie has become a big cover-up. After being impeached twice by the House, after losing in 61 different courts, after seeing a 57-43 vote against him in the U.S. Senate in the most sweeping bipartisan Senate presidential conviction vote in American history, Trump now tries to get his followers like Steve Bannon not to testify here and not to turn over evidence that they have about this vicious assault on American democracy. In America, when you are subpoenaed to testify in court or in Congress, you show up, period. You can invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination to specific questions if you think you committed a crime. You can claim executive privilege to specific questions if you think you're President of the United States. But you cannot blow off a subpoena in America. You cannot sit on your couch and defy the people's representatives in Congress. So we must enforce the rule of law here, my colleagues. We must do it. If you act deliberately with sneering, cavalier contempt for the American people and their representatives, we will hold you in contempt. We will get to the truth of the violent assault on America. I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Speaker, you don't have to look far to realize the absurdity of what's happening in Congress today. In fact, Politico just reported moments ago that the Capitol Police whistleblower is telling Politico that they have not been contacted by the January 6th Select Committee, the Capitol Police whistleblower. He said that the United States Capitol Police deserves more scrutiny than it's gotten so far, and that he would talk to investigators if they reach out to him. And the Select Committee has not reached out to the Capitol Police whistleblower. Yet here we are today focused on holding a private citizen in contempt, an unprecedented action by this sham committee and their sham investigation. With that, I yield to my colleague from Florida, Mr. Gates.
How much time?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Why are we here on the floor of the House of Representatives listening to the Democrats and socialists and their Republican puppets reviewing Steve Bannon's podcast? Can't imagine that that would be the case if they actually had a bill, a reconciliation deal, legislation to help the American people. We're not here because of democracy. Save me the alligator tears on that. These are the folks who assaulted our democracy for 2 years under the specter of the Russia hoax. And it's sure not about violence, because they didn't seem to give a damn when our country was being engulfed in flames during the riots in the summer of 2020. It's not about congressional process. If it was about congressional process, Democrats would be doing what they have done in other cases. They would go to court. But the reason they haven't gone to court like they did for Trump's taxes, in the Deutsche Bank subpoenas, in the Mazars matter, or in the Don McGahn matter, is because in each of those circumstances, they did not prevail in court. The courts realized that their subpoenas were overly broad. So instead of using the real process, here we are just enduring this politics. And because they can't build back better, they've just decided to build back meaner. I yield back.
Gentleman from Mississippi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for the record, again, the gentleman from Indiana referenced the whistleblower. We have not talked to the whistleblower, but we've talked to the whistleblower's lawyer. And we're doing our work. So clearly, since he's quoting Politico, I want him to just get the record straight. Madam Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to a gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Luria, who served 2 decades in the Navy and was among the first women to serve in the Navy's nuclear power program.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We reaffirmed that oath on January 3rd. Yet only 3 days later in this very chamber, this body was assaulted while carrying out the peaceful transfer of power, the very hallmark of our democracy. I first took that oath when I was 17 years old and entered the Naval Academy. I was willing to put my life on the line to serve my country and protect the foundation of this republic, a foundation that was shaken but not broken on January 6th. Mr. Bannon, a former naval officer like me, at one point understood this oath. He took it multiple times. He served his country honorably in the Navy. I don't know what happened between the time Lieutenant Bannon left the Navy and today. What forces corrupted his understanding of this oath? Mr. Bannon has been given the opportunity to voluntarily provide information relative to the work of our committee, but he's not complied. But truly, this is larger than Mr. Bannon, and this is larger than this investigation, and this is larger than the tragic and horrific events of January 6th. This vote is a test of that oath. To my colleagues who chose to vote against enforcing the subpoena, you're saying to all future men and women who are called before this body that they can ignore a subpoena from Congress without consequence. You can make that choice today, but that will be a vote to abdicate the power of the legislative branch in which you are elected to serve. That would be a vote to undermine the government and the Constitution which you took an oath to support and defend. The consequences of that vote won't be limited to this investigation and this subpoena alone. Your vote will do serious, long-lasting damage to Congress as an institution. And that, in turn, will do serious damage to our country, which we all love so dearly. We ask our young men and women in uniform to go forth every day and protect us, to protect this republic, to protect our form of government. I'm asking you to do the same, to protect our democracy from those forces to destroy it within. And I yield back the remainder of our time.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Look, we've seen the worst 10 months of any administration in history. We went from a secure border to chaos. We went from safe streets to violent crime. We've seen stable prices turn into inflation and empty shelves. The respect around the world we had is now turned into the debacle that was the exit from Afghanistan. And we went from peace in the Middle East with the Abraham Accords to thousands of rockets being fired on our friend and ally Israel, not to mention energy independence, to now the spectacle of the President of the United States begging OPEC to increase production. But what scares me most is what this administration and Democrats are doing to freedom. Every right we enjoy under the First Amendment has been assaulted over the last year. Your right to practice your faith, still places today in the country where a full congregation can't meet on Sunday morning. Your right to petition your government, your right to assemble, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, every single one's been attacked. We just learned in the Judiciary Committee from the Attorney General. Attorney General, National School Boards Association on last month, September 29th, sends a letter to the President of the United States asking the FBI to get involved in local school board matters. 5 days later, the Attorney General issues a memo to do just that. First sentence of the memo says this is the Attorney General's memo. In recent months, there's been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, threats at school board meetings. We ask him a simple question. What's the evidence for that spike in threats? What's the data? What did you review? Guess what his answer was? His only evidence, the only thing he reviewed, was the letter from the School Boards Association, from a political organization. And now they're going to target parents at school board meetings, and we have the January 6th committee issuing subpoena after subpoena. 11 of the people they've issued subpoenas to were names on an application asking the government for permission to hold the rally. Independent individuals exercising their First Amendment right to assemble asked the government for permission. The government granted them permission, and now these 20 and 30-year-olds whose name are on that application, they're going to be deposed by these guys for simply exercising their first. Here's what they're asking them. Here's what they ask them. We want to know who the selection of speakers, who the speakers were and how were they selected. We want to know any communications these people who put their names on a permit, got permission from the government. We want to know any member of Congress you talked to. Wow. Your right to petition your government? That's what they want to subpoena. That's why they're subpoenaing these people? This is scary where they want to go. I mean, these questions, coordination of speakers, discussions of contents, this sounds like what the IRS did to people 10 years ago when they were asking 501c groups applying for tax-exempt status, do you pray at the start of your meeting? I mean, first it's school boards, then it's people applying for a permit. We saw what they did to people, what the IRS did to people just a few years ago. Not to mention what else the committee's doing. Preservation letters to all the carriers, all the companies. Preserve every call, every email, every text. Think about that. Every call someone made to hundreds and hundreds, supposedly, according to news reports, they've done this for. Text to your spouse, calls to your mom. Preserve it all. And this is just what we know about. This is just what's been reported. I mean, now Steve Bannon. Mr. Bannon is a target of the investigation, because, quote, this is from the Select Committee's own report, quote, his efforts to plan political activity, that's the standard, You're involved in political activity, they're going to investigate you. We know what this is really about. This is about getting at President Trump. Getting at President Trump. Tried to stop President Trump before he was even elected with the Russia investigation. Tried to remove President Trump from office twice. While he was in office, they tried to do that. Now they're trying to get him after the fact, after he's left. All because this guy cut taxes, reduced regulations, greatest economy in the history, the greatest economy in 50 years, lowest unemployment, all because he built the wall, got us out of the Iran deal, put the embassy in Jerusalem. When President Trump was president, Americans got their Christmas presents on time, but they're coming after him. The Reuters story said this: the FBI has found no evidence that President Trump or people directly around him were involved in organizing the violence. They don't care. They don't care the FBI has no evidence. Senate report said no evidence of a coordinated plan. They don't care. They're going to drag these 11 people into subpoenas, in for depositions with subpoenas, because they're so determined to get their political
Gentleman's time's
enemies.
expired. Gentleman from Mississippi.
Yield back, thank you.
Madam Chair, the Vice Chair of the committee put in record the fact that the FBI and Department of Justice declared no such thing in terms of January 6th. So the assertion that somehow they've conducted an investigation is just not true. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, the distinguished chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we are here this afternoon to test a proposition as old as the country's founding. Are we a nation of laws? We are here because one man has decided that we are now only a nation of men, and that rich and powerful men need not follow the law. And the question we must confront is nothing less than this: is he right? Are some people now truly above the law, beholden to nothing and no one, free to ignore the law and without consequence? Congress is investigating the worst attack on our Capitol in over a century, made worse still by the fact it was carried out by our own people, people who had been misled to believe that their election had been stolen and that violence was now justified, people who are still being misled by a dangerous lie that may lead to even more bloodshed. This is not some theoretical matter. We were here. We heard the doors breaking, the glass shattering, the cries from outside the chamber, and we saw the bloody results, the officers injured and those who died. And in the wake of the horrors of that day, a day in which the Capitol Police put their lives on the line to defend our democracy, it falls on us to defend that same democracy, albeit at far less risk to ourselves. The founders intended that ambition should be made to check ambition. If we fail to uphold Congress's power to compel information, then we cease to be a co-equal branch of government, unable to perform our oversight or check any abuses of executive power. Take away a court's power to subpoena witnesses, and it fails to be a court. Take away the Congress's ability to do the same, and it fails to be a Congress, becoming instead a mere plaything for a corrupt executive. Do not believe for one moment that if we fail to hold Steve Bannon accountable, that he will be the exception. He will become the rule, not a rule of law, but the misrule of men. Either we are all equal before the law or none of us is. This is the essence of our democracy. And as Lincoln said, whatever differs from this, to the extent of the difference, is no democracy. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
Could I inquire as to how much time is remaining, Madam Speaker?
The gentlelady from Wyoming has 5.5 minutes. Gentleman from Mississippi has 2 minutes, and the gentleman from Indiana has no time remaining.
All right, I'm prepared to close then, Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady's recognized to close.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, just outside this chamber, over the north door in Statuary Hall, which was the old House chamber, stands a statue of Cleo, the muse of history. She's one of the oldest works of art in our capital. She stands in a winged chariot, the chariot of time, and she takes notes in her book, reminding all of us that our words and our actions will be judged by history. History particularly will judge those of us in positions of public trust for what we are doing today. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, Madam Speaker, we all recognized how profoundly wrong January 6th was. My colleague from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, who just suggested that we were here because we opposed President Trump's policies, seems to have forgotten that actually on January 6th, he himself said, quote, "What happened today is wrong and is not what America is about." The next day, Mr. Jordan said, "What happened Wednesday is a tragedy. Everyone knows it's as wrong can be." And today, Madam Speaker, the former president suggested that the violence was justified. My colleagues in the Republican Party, the Republican members of this body, have to understand, have to recognize that there's a moment when politics must stop if we want to defend and protect our institutions. A violent assault on the Capitol to stop a constitutional process of counting electoral votes is that moment. They all knew that on that day. In fact, the minority leader himself stood in this chamber and said, quote, "The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding." Mr. McCarthy was right then. The president bears responsibility. We need to know what happened. This body must have the ability to understand what caused the attack, to understand who was responsible, and to take legislative action to ensure that it never happens again. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this motion for contempt for Mr. Steve Bannon. I urge them to do so because it is right, it is morally right, it is constitutionally right, and it is all of our duty. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Over the last hour, we've heard a lot about what we are not debating today. The Select Committee is charged with investigating a deadly attack on the seat of our democracy and making recommendations to ensure it never happens again. I can't think of anything more serious, but many of our colleagues would rather talk about anything else. I think I know why. I think they are performing for an audience of one. I do, however, want to commend my colleagues on the Select Committee for laying out clearly why the House must cite Mr. Bannon for contempt. If our investigation is to succeed, if the House's constitutional authority to investigate and legislate is to remain robust, then we cannot let this man flout the laws with impunity. The Select Committee is made up of people of character, of profound commitment to public service and our Constitution. They all elevate the committee's work. I especially want to thank and acknowledge our Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney, for her leadership and partnership. There's no doubt in my mind that history will record her courage in stark relief. History will record all of what we do here today. We can be on the right side or the wrong side. I urge all my colleagues to remember that as we cast this vote, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution
Madam
is
Speaker,
agreed to.
I
For
request
what
a recorded
purposes the
vote.
gentleman from Indiana rise?
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on H-Res 730.
Where's this guy from? On this vote, the yeas are 229, the nays are 202. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
We are preparing for 1 minute. Members, please take your conversations from the well. Thank you. The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations from the well. The chair will now entertain requests for 1 minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in support of the Pump for Nursing Mothers Act, which will be considered by the House later this week. As a working mother, I strongly support this bipartisan bill to provide reasonable accommodations to nursing mothers in the workplace. The Pump for Nursing Mothers Act, among other critical changes, would extend break time and space protections to workers who are currently excluded from overtime protections, including teachers, transportation workers, and agricultural workers. I was proud to work as a part of the bipartisan group, along with the bill's sponsor, Rep. Carolyn Maloney, to offer an amendment which maintains the undue hardship exemption threshold at its current level of 50 employees. The Pump for Nursing Mothers Act is supported by a broad coalition of stakeholders, including the National Retail Federation, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the National Education Association, and the American Civil Liberties Union. I enthusiastically support this bill and urge all members to do the same when it comes before the House this week.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage my colleagues to join me in opposition to the proposed IRS reporting plan that would intrude on the bank accounts of Americans and impose new regulations on our already over-regulated banking system. First, it is not apparent that the IRS has any constitutional authority to monitor Americans in this way. Second, the American public does not support the expansion of IRS bank data collection. Recent polling shows bipartisan opposition, with 67% of those polled opposed to the IRS collecting bank deposit and withdrawal information. Finally, this would add another regulatory burden to our financial institutions after a historic year when banks and credit unions provided lifelines to families, businesses, and communities during the COVID-19 pandemic. This proposal imposes upon our right to privacy and is bad for families, small businesses, and financial institutions. I hope my colleagues across the aisle will reconsider their support for this unwarranted expansion of government. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mahalo, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for far too long, America's broken for-profit healthcare system has left millions of Americans uninsured or underinsured. While out-of-pocket costs and corporate profits continue to rise, 8 million Americans have turned to a new form of health insurance, online fundraisers like GoFundMe to pay their medical bills. My nephew, Sean Day, was one of them. He passed away from cancer earlier this month at just 22 years of age. Mr. Speaker, we live in the richest country in the world. No one should be priced out of the health care that they need or delay seeing a doctor just because they can't afford it. No one should be forced to ask strangers online to crowdsource their medical bills. It is simply not right. This is why we must pass the Build Back Better Act. The Build Back Better Act will invest in our community's health care and expand medical coverage for our kupuna and lower prescription drug prices. It will save lives. During the deadliest pandemic in U.S. history, we must deliver the care America's families deserve. We must leave no one behind. Mahalo, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute, revise extended remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. The Biden's proposed surveillance scheme is an ill-advised power grab which is turning trusted local financial institutions into IRS reporting agents, infringing upon the privacy of everyday Americans. The IRS already knows how much you earn. Now they want to know exactly how you spend it. This is a total breach of personal financial privacy with a presumption of guilt that I'm not okay with. How can we expect our citizens to place trust in their government when their government is keeping tabs on their every single transaction? A lot of people are wondering, how do people come to Congress and become millionaires while they're serving in Congress? It's just another push by the government to exercise control over our everyday lives. It's also a disincentive for people to save and keep money in banks and credit unions because they don't want to have every single thing tracked. They want to have our savings kept in coffee cans or in mattresses. That's a pretty bad way to go. So whether it's a $600 per transaction or up to $10,000 per year cumulative, it's an invasion of privacy, and we don't need another 80,000 IRS agents tracking us when we have a border that's like a sieve and other problems of much greater magnitude than what you or I are saving or spending our personal wealth on. It's a wrong-headed policy. The Biden administration and this House needs to take back such ideas. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a woman of many firsts, an upstanding member of our community and someone I'm blessed to call a constituent. Her name is Dr. Renee F. Washington Gardner. She is the longest-serving female pastor of the Harlem Memorial Baptist Church in its entire history, dedicating decades of her life in service to church, her community, and God. And this past Sunday marked her 17th year of service, the first woman to also be named a moderator of the United Missionary Baptist Association in the group's 60 years history. Pastor Gardner is no stranger to shattering glass ceiling and paving the way for the next generation of cleric leaders. Under her guidance and guiding principle of unity, hope, and grace, Memorial Baptist Church has proven vital to the strength and resiliency of Harlem and we're forever indebted. With Pastor Gardner at the helm, I trust that this work is only the beginning, and the Memorial Baptist Church will continue their mission of uplifting our community's most vulnerable and ingraining the spirit of strength in the fabric of our neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise to recognize Albert Edward Pelham, a beloved community leader and student advocate from my town, Montclair, New Jersey. Al was known for bringing people together. His work aided and inspired generations of Montclairians, and he leaves behind a beautiful legacy. Al was raised in Montclair and graduated from Montclair High School. He served our country in the U.S. Army before returning to New Jersey and graduating from Bloomfield College. From his leadership in the Montclair NAACP, the Montclair Neighborhood Development Corporation, the statewide Parent Advocacy Network, Montclair African American Heritage Foundation, and more, he dedicated himself to making his community a better and fairer place. One of Al's many achievements was the creation of Project Oasis, which offers year-round educational and recreational opportunities for students. When the COVID-19 pandemic began, Al adapted the program and organized a remote learning space so that all students had access to a computer to attend their virtual classes. He also created a program for students who were suspended to provide them with academic training and counseling as an alternative to staying at home. Al worked to ensure that all students, regardless of their background, had opportunities to excel. Al fought tirelessly for racial justice and inclusivity, guiding both the Montclair NAACP and the Montclair African Heritage Foundation through especially difficult times in our country. In 2019, he was recognized for these efforts with the Essex County Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Leadership Award. Al's dedication to his community was matched by his deep commitment to his family. Al took any opportunity he could to be with his wife Audrey, his children Dwayne and Rhonda, his grandchildren Charles and Cameron, his sisters, and extended family. On August 19, 2021, Al passed away after a battle with cancer. His selfless commitment to making Montclair a better place will not soon be forgotten. I was honored to have known Al and to have called him my friend. The counsel he gave me and so many others over the years will continue to impact us and the entire Montclair community for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Chairman, to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to be able to further defend and add to my statement regarding the Resolution 730, recommend that the House of Representatives find Stephen K. Bannon in contempt of Congress. It is well known that even from his own words and published reports, these are the words that Mr. Bannon told his listeners. All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen. Okay, it's going to be quite extraordinarily different. All I can say is strap in. You made this happen, and tomorrow it's game day. So strap in. Let's get ready. So many people said, man, if I was in a revolution, I would be in Washington. Well, this is your time in history. There is no constitutional provision that would deny the January 6th committee the right to receive information after he has been subpoenaed from Mr. Bannon for information regarding the insurrection, the riot, the attack on January 6th. The idea of executive privilege is exerted by the existing president, limited on a president of the United States no longer in office, and in fact, Mr. Bannon has been gone from the White House since 2017. He has no legitimate basis. This is based on 3 equal branches of government. We cannot allow an individual to undermine democracy. This is a democratic republic, and I expect that the referral to the United States Department of Justice will be handled. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leja Fernandez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today to talk about the importance of this historic moment indeed. This historic moment of where we will be investing in our children, investing in our planet, investing in our future. We are talking about the Build Back Better agenda. I want to begin by talking about my district, which is made up of beautifully diverse rural communities. My district is the size of Pennsylvania, but my communities in this district are rich in culture and rich in love. But you know what? They've also been historically left behind with little investments made to improve their lives and to allow them to thrive. New Mexican values are rooted in caring for each other. We know that we invest in what we care about. We know we invest in what we believe in. Well, we must invest in addressing the climate crisis because in my district, we know that agua es vida, water is life. Our farmers and ranchers are depending on us to act and preserve their water resources. Communities along our rivers, along our acequias, need us to pass a Build Back Better plan that tackles the crisis head-on so that we can preserve the water flowing from our mountains and cascading along our streams for decades to come to feed our ranches, to feed our farmers, to quench our thirst. In these same communities, people often come back home to care for their loved ones, their parents and grandparents. I've heard their stories. We ask them, why did you come back? It's because there was nobody else available to care for my grandmother. There was nobody else to care for my tia. And we know that that care is a full-time job on its own. So what does it take to go to work in rural America? It's more than just roads and bridges. It's comprehensive paid family and medical care. It's investments in long-term care and affordable child care. In my state, 53% of people live in a child care desert. 71% of rural families live in areas without enough licensed child care providers. We can change that. The Build Back Better plan must invest in our rural communities. It will invest in our rural communities. We are talking about this plan empowering our rural regions, including our tribal nations, with the resources they know to grow their economies. Expanding access to affordable health care, lowering prescription drug prices, and making housing affordable. We can do this for our communities now. Now we can make this happen. We made progress with the American Rescue Plan, but we cannot stop there. We must build back better. And it's not enough to go back where we were because we know that where we were wasn't good enough. So we need to make sure that the child tax credit does not run out. We cannot kick our children who came out of poverty. 50% of the children in poverty in my state came out, and I'm not willing to tell them, I'm sorry, the clock struck 12 and you must go back into living in poverty. No, we must include an expansion and extension of the child tax credit in the Build Back Better Act. You know, those children who were living in poverty are coming out. We also need to make sure that those children in rural America get the early pre-K that they need, and that's what Build Back Better will do. So the question I ask is simple. Do we want to keep an economy that serves only the wealthiest people and corporations, or do we finally give our families a fair shot to truly thrive? As I said, we invest in the things we believe in. Well, we believe in our youngest children, we believe in our workers, we believe in the promise that lies in each of our communities. I'm glad to be on the floor with my Progressive Caucus colleagues this evening to shine a light on the brilliance of the Build Back Better agenda. At this time, I yield to my good friend from Texas.
Let me thank the gentlelady from New Mexico for her leadership. And I'm very glad that she has emphasized the unanimity and the unity of Democrats as it relates to all of our constituents, all Americans, whether we're in New Mexico, Texas, whether, Mr. Speaker, we're in New York, whether in Mississippi, Illinois, California, whether we're up to the New England states, down the coast in the Carolinas, and down to Florida, and all in between. It is important, again, to emphasize to the American people that this is about you. Breaking news. Each of these elements that we're fighting for, and we take no discomfort in you saying at the bus stop, taking your child to school, what are they talking about? It is our responsibility to let you know what we're talking about, and to let you know that the Congressional Progressive Caucus has been talking and working and talking and working. We now are at a point where we will say to you, we will not negotiate against ourselves, but we are the engine to get it done, working with the Quad Caucus, the Tri-Caucus, and the Democratic Caucus. And so you've heard that there are numbers that may be different from $3.5 trillion, of which I still stand on. But we are working to see how we can respond to the American people. And that is, you have indicated that there is a framework that will change my life. I want to see it sooner than later. So here's where we are. There is the INVEST Act, though we are talking tonight about the Build Back Better. I want you to know that, as some would say, it's on the table. It's on the table for broadband. It's on the table for high-speed rail. It's on the table for electric cars. It's on the table for the trials and tribulations of your commute, where there's a pothole here or a freeway that's out of commission or a bridge or a dam. It is there. So go home and be sure that we will have that framework. But then the Build Back Better is what I want to conclude my remarks on today. That we will provide you with the kind of quality of life that gives you more time with your children, that gives you better wages, that gives you climate change response, and gives your child universal pre-K and kindergarten to ensure that they are competitive around the world. And yes, Medicaid for those who never lived in states where they opted into the public option or expanded Medicaid. So you're working every day. We want you to have health insurance. And on Medicare, we want that hearing, and we want those eyes, we want those dental to be part of your life. This is what is the bowl of fruit that is there for you. And the only next step is, as we work for how these plans will be implemented, is to get it done. My view is what I heard from a member. I'll give him credit, from Arizona. Put them together and let's move. Once we organize and analyze the pieces of it, and I'll just leave, Madam Manager, my comment on the table. Let us be meticulous and careful about what plans or what items can accept reduction, because you don't want something that does not work because you've reduced it in time or dollars. Let's be meticulous, and that is what we're doing. And let's make sure that we're meticulous in ensuring that the final bill is an impactful bill on lives in terms of years of how long the program lasts, and in terms of dollars of how much impact it will have. We, as a Congressional Progressive Caucus, have been in the center, in the mix, and we will do the nation's bidding, and we'll do it right because we stand for the people of this nation, and particularly those who cannot speak for themselves. That gives me pride. I'm delighted to be here on the floor with you to ensure that those voices can be heard. Mr. President, I know, working with you, we will get it done. Put them together and let's move. I yield back.
Thank you so much. And I do think that it's important to remember what it actually means for a family. In New Mexico, the annual cost of infant care is $8,617. That makes New Mexico one of 33 states in D.C. where infant care is more expensive than college. The Build Back Better plan will limit that to 7% of your income. I would now like to welcome our wonderful colleague from New Jersey, Representative Watson Coleman, to speak to the issues around Build Back Better and what we've been fighting for and why we must get this done.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you for yielding me some time to be able to address something I think is so critical and so once in a lifetime opportunity. There are so many elements of this Build Back Better agenda that touch us from the very youngest to the oldest, to the middle class, to the working class, to the those unable to work, and those at the greatest need. I'd like to use a little bit of my time to speak on the aspects of the impact on our climate, the decisions that we must make. And so, Mr. Speaker, I rise today because Congress has an opportunity to address the climate crisis, even though some members still refuse to take this issue seriously. Climate catastrophe is no longer some distant threat. It is here and it is now, and we are witnessing it firsthand. Yet we continue to ignore its very real and very deadly effects. This year we saw the single largest wildfire in California history. We saw temperatures surpass 100 degrees in the Pacific Northwest, and we saw Hurricane Ida devastate my home state of New Jersey, as well as many others. These tragedies were not inevitable. We could have avoided them had our country made it clear decades ago that climate change is not a political issue, but a real issue that needed to be responded to. We now face the consequences of our past and present decisions. This could be our last chance to take long overdue action and to spare our children from having to raise their children in an increasingly hostile world. The Build Back Better Act includes crucial climate investments, but these provisions are in jeopardy as some of our colleagues seek to eliminate them. The Build Back Better Act must include climate action. It's non-negotiable. We need to pass the president's entire agenda, and we need to pass it now. We might never get another chance. I thank you for this moment to speak on such an important issue, and I yield back my time.
Thank you so very much. I'd also note that when we address the climate, we are also creating jobs. We anticipate there'll be 763,000 green jobs available to our communities when we pass the Build Back Better and address the climate crisis. I'd now like to recognize and yield some time to my wonderful colleague, my fellow freshwoman, Marie Newman from the great state of Illinois.
Well, thank you so much, Representative Leger Fernandez. We're excited to be here tonight, all of us. This is a really important evening. You know why? Because we're talking about why this is so important that we get Build Back Better accomplished. And like a great team that the Democrats are, and I want to talk about 1 minute about that, if I may, with our chair's permission. We are a team. I'm frustrated with the media and anybody who's saying that we are not a team right now. We are ready to go. 99% now, as of today, and I do mean that number, 99% of us are on the same page. We just have to get a little bit more done. So what I'm asking the media is to report accurately. I'm asking all of the Americans that are watching media to understand we're ready to go. We're a team. And I want to talk about how big this package is. It's trillions of dollars. So think of it this way, folks. If $2 trillion companies came together, it would take probably 2 to 3 years to make that integrated. We're doing it in a matter of weeks and months, and we're going to do it well and precisely, and we're going to get it done. So teams get things done in an orderly fashion, and we're going to get this done. But let me talk a little bit about something that's really frustrating me and really irritating, and that is when folks talk about a labor shortage. And what the real issue is we have a child care shortage. We have a health care shortage. We have an affordable housing shortage. We have a shortage of affordable pre-K. And there is a shortage of folks being paid properly for hard work. So what we really have here, and this is particularly frustrating when I hear that there's a labor shortage and then our friends across the aisle block every single possible thing we can do to make that better and to boost our economy. So that's super frustrating for me. And by the way, you can't say we have a labor shortage and then block immigration. It just doesn't work that way. And you can't say immigrants are stealing jobs when you're saying it doesn't work. That's just common sense. It's math. So it doesn't work. But let me say something else, Mr. Speaker, if I can have a little more time, is that, if we do things like expanding paid leave, medical leave, if we make sure that folks have access to child care and have free child care, guess what? Moms can get back to work. Because moms, let's be honest about it, moms are frequently the primary caregiver, and we can get them back to work. 300,000 of our moms in this nation have been forced to quit, so they have to take care of their kids. And I also want to just mention something else that's astonishing. Not that just that it's 300,000 people that have left the force of the female nature. It is that in addition to that, about 70, when you take all of the sources of childcare, whether it's YMCA, moms and dads that are in other jobs and working 3 jobs at a time, or it is our school system, or just general daycare and childcare, about 70% of our childcare system was lost during the pandemic. So of course it's hard to get everybody, because guess what? The reason we have this amazing package set up this way, that we have roads and bridges that will be repaired and broadband delivered, as well as child care and health care and in-home health care and all of the things on the human infrastructure side. You know why? Because when mom and dad go to fix a bridge, guess what? They need someone to watch their kids all day. That's why this works so well together. And that's why we have to pass this. But that's why we're doing this, because it's a super practical thing to do. Every dollar in this package will get infused right back into the economy, right back. So this is really brilliant in every way, and it is very practical, and it's founded in our great principles, our economic principles. And guess what? It's founded in capitalism, because supply and demand is working beautifully in this package, and we're going to get this done. So thank you so much for having us tonight, and it's a joy to have my friend on everything that she does. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative. And I want to just touch on a few points. You mentioned the need for immigration. I would point out that when we pass our comprehensive immigration reform, we would have $1.4 trillion benefit to our economy. We need immigrants to help care for us. They help feed us. They are part of our communities. And the Build Back Better Act, as the House is looking at it, includes immigration reform. Today, I was reminded during the remarks on something else that today is. Today is sadly, and I say sadly, today is the Latina Equal Pay Day. And I have introduced a resolution to acknowledge that it is Latina Equal Pay Day. And what that tells us is that it has taken this long, into the fall, into October, before a Latina earns the same as a white man. That is simply wrong. And the other thing we know is that Latinas in the recession, the she-cession that was caused by that pandemic, 20% unemployment, the child care that my colleagues are talking about, that would help those women get back to work. That would help them when we make sure that they are also paid what they deserve for the work they do, taking care of our children, putting food on our plates, and just taking care of those we love. I would now like to yield time to somebody I have always looked up to and learned much from, our wonderful Representative Presley from Massachusetts.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague and sister in service here, Congresswoman Fernandez, for convening us here today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of every worker, every parent, and every caretaker that has questioned how they will make ends meet and keep food on the table for their families. The parent that has felt that pit in their stomach, the anxiousness as they look over monthly bills with the growing costs of rent and childcare. The frontline worker who's terrified to stay home sick and lose their job because of our nation's failure to provide paid leave. The family afraid of being displaced from their home due to extreme weather and the existential threat of climate change. The student living in a transit desert with unreliable access to jobs, food, community. The daughter who is a caregiver to her parent who is one of 820,000 people on a wait list for much needed home and community-based services. And our immigrant neighbor who has been unjustly denied a pathway to citizenship. Mr. Speaker, the Build Back Better Act will help us get one step closer to rejecting the unjust status quo and beginning to build a recovery that centers the people. As Angela Davis once said, I'm no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I can no longer accept. Despite what some might argue, the needs of our communities go far beyond our nation's roads and bridges. And we must ensure that our policies and our investments reflect that reality. Mr. Speaker, I refuse to choose between the union worker who builds our highways and the child worker who protects our babies and sets them on a pathway to a healthy life, to bringing to bear their contributions to the world. I would ask every member of Congress that they do the same. Reject the unjust, false, binary choices that force us to choose between the livelihoods and well-being of the two, that pit community member against community member. We have the opportunity and responsibility to finally make universal paid leave, home health care, and universal access to quality and affordable child care a reality. In my district, in Massachusetts, it's $21,000 per child for child care. We have the opportunity and responsibility to address climate change, to combat our housing crisis, and to finally establish a pathway to citizenship for millions of our immigrant workers. You know, those essential workers that you were all clapping for during the pandemic? They don't need your applause. They need you to value more than just their labor, but their lives and the preservation of their families. We must rebuild stronger as a just nation that takes care of its people. In order to truly build back better, we must truly address both the human and physical infrastructure needs of our communities. This is responsive to the needs of the people. We have to focus on impact, advance policies that will be felt by all families, leave no community behind. This is how we set forth a just recovery and chart a new course forward. This is the moment to repair generations of hurt and harm and what I would characterize as policy violence inflicted on our most vulnerable and neglected communities. This is our moment to legislate our values, to honor the decisive mandate that we have from the people. This is our moment to make this Democratic majority House, Senate, and White House that's more than a talking point that we're in the majority, that we affirm and codify once and for all. Infrastructure are those things that are essential to the functioning of our very society. Care is infrastructure, housing is infrastructure, climate justice is infrastructure, paid leave is infrastructure, disability justice is infrastructure, and the list goes on. Here's what I know. There is no deficit of resource in this country, only a deficit of empathy and political courage. Let's pass the Build Back Better Act so we can deliver for the communities that for too long have been asked to wait. And justice delayed is justice denied. Our constituents deserve more. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you so much for bringing to light and describing those individuals for whom we are working today, but it is they who are us. We are part of their communities, and they have been telling us these stories, and we are responding now because now is the time for us to act. I now want to recognize my colleague from California, Representative Barragan, who has co-sponsored the resolution I spoke of earlier for the Latina Equal Pay Day. Representative Barragan, well, I will give some time while we were cleaning because we care for each other. That's why we look after each other. Thank you very much, Representative Presley.
Well, I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I join my colleagues today in calling for Congress to pass President Biden's entire Build Back Better agenda. This is a plan that takes on the climate crisis and fights for environmental justice at a time when we have seen record heat waves, wildfires, and drought in California and across the country. It invests in things like the climate smart ports to invest in zero emissions technology that will reduce toxic air pollution in neighborhoods near our ports, like the communities of color that surround the Port of Los Angeles in my congressional district. The Build Back Better agenda, we know, will also invest in things like the construction of more than 2 million affordable homes to address the rising housing costs that have hit Los Angeles so hard and across the country, with more than 100,000 suffering from homelessness. It's going to do things like lowering health insurance costs, invest in higher education to lower tuition for students at minority-serving institutions. It's going to cut taxes for children with families by extending the child tax credit and cutting poverty. How do we not invest in that? But today I want to focus more on climate, because this is a crisis, and this is a threat that is happening as we speak. It is urgent. It is urgent that we act boldly to respond to the threat of climate change. And the climate investments in the Build Back Better Act are critical to maintain, not cut. For example, there are 2 investments in the bill I have led on that are important for climate and environmental justice. Climate smart ports. This includes a critical $3.5 billion investment to reduce air pollution at ports by providing grants and rebates for the purchase and installation of zero emissions technology. Nearly 40% of Americans live within 3 miles. We have some of the worst air quality in the country, and it disproportionately impacts communities of color in South Los Angeles. For decades, my constituents have advocated for zero emissions solutions. This $3.5 billion ports investment in the Build Back Better Act will deliver. It's a long overdue investment in environmental justice, in climate action, in jobs. And so I want to urge us to fight to keep these long overdue investments in clean air for our poor communities. And environmental justice and climate justice grants, that's also in the Build Back Better agenda. There's $5 billion investment in environmental and climate justice grants, by far the largest ever amount that we have invested in this. Now, with this investment, we will empower environmental justice communities to lead projects that reduce pollution and bring climate justice solutions to communities hit first and worst by the climate crisis. This will mean climate resilient solutions such as clean energy microgrids to keep the power on during extreme weather events like heat waves and hurricanes. It means the community solar projects that create local jobs and save money on electricity bills, like the recent solar project in my district on the Wilmington Senior Center. It means green infrastructure to prevent flooding and to protect communities from extreme heat. These long overdue investments will give environmental justice communities the resources to fight for a safe climate and clean environment. And of course, there's other investments such as in-home care that will help provide care for our older Americans and those with disabilities so they could stay in their homes and get the care that they need. It will provide for things like paid family and medical leave. Imagine you're a nurse at a hospital, you help deliver babies, and all of a sudden you get cancer and you have no paid leave. How are you to go home and fight cancer? And so that you can focus on that cancer fight instead of worrying about how you're going to pay the bills. That very thing happened to my sister just last November. Delivers babies at a military hospital, a federal worker. You would think these are people we take care of. But this is happening across the country day in and day out. People have to go ask their colleagues and their coworkers to donate their leave and their time, and that's wrong. We need to invest in these, and we have to fight to keep these priorities in the Build Back Better agenda. And it's time that these investments should be paid for by ensuring the wealthy and the corporations finally pay their fair share of taxes. Now is the time to make these once-in-a-generation investments in problems that have long been neglected. Now is the time to stand strong and deliver the promises we made to the American people. Let's stand up for the people and the planet. Let's meet the moment and pass the entire Build Back Better agenda. And with that, I want to thank you for leading this effort and thank the Progressive Caucus for being at the forefront of making sure that we are fighting for the people. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative. Thank you for the courage. You have raised the issues of environmental injustice since the day I met you. I know you raised them, you lead them in the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and you have now described what it means on the ground, what it means in terms of jobs, but also what it means in terms of the life that you live, the air that you breathe. Because we know that in our communities of color suffer from higher rates of asthma. And when something like COVID comes about that ravages the lungs, when they've already been damaged, it hurts. And that's why we saw the level of death and despair in the communities of color, in the Native American communities, in the Latino communities. I'd also point out that climate change is costly. When they don't want to spend $3.7 trillion or $2.5 trillion, let's remember that failure to address climate change will lead to world instability. It is estimated that we would lose $23 trillion. $23 trillion impact on our economy, our world economy, by failing to address this. I don't want to pass over the impact in terms of the creating jobs for the people in our community, for the people in America. We know that we are now coming back. The pandemic is hard. We're still pushing out of it. Today, we heard some great jobs number. 290,000 is below what they had projected, so we're feeling good. We know that the pandemic is something that we are working on, that this president has done such a great job working with Congress on that. But still, it's estimated that the Build Back Better agenda would create 4 million jobs. 4.0 million jobs. That's 4 million jobs. That's 1.1 caregiving jobs. That's just not a number. That is somebody that you are going to take your baby to. And you know that what we're going to do is make sure that that caregiver has the kind of training that she needs or he needs to provide the best quality care. That because we are providing assistance, that their caregiver is going to be receiving the kind of pay that she or he deserves because they are providing the most valuable thing to you. They are caring for the most precious resource, our children. And that's what Build Back Better will do. It would also create 556,000 manufacturing jobs. And those are going to be jobs with prevailing wages, good paying jobs. And that's what we need. When we talk about needing to bring manufacturing back, let's grow it here. And if you are for manufacturing in America, you've got to be for the Build Back Better Act, because that is going to create 500 million jobs. That's a lot of jobs. But what does that job mean? It means that there's somebody who's going to go to work, who has a family or wants to start a family, and is going to be able to buy a home. But we know that buying a home is hard. So the Build Back Better Act is going to provide assistance for those first-time home buyers, because we know that the hardest thing for buying a home is having that down payment, and we have down payment assistance in the Build Back Better Act. And that's what we're going to be bringing. We've looked at what are the different levels or levers of our economy that make a difference, that are infrastructure, that help a community thrive, not just survive. That's what's in the Build Back Better Act, because we want our communities to thrive, not just survive. Construction jobs, 312,000 construction jobs, doing the things that we need in America. Building those bridges, building those health clinics, building those schools and those businesses, because it takes all of that. It takes an investment in us, and we do pay for it. There is not a dime. This is not about debt, because it is all paid for, and it's paid for first by going after those who fail to pay their taxes even when due. So tax cheats, yes, we are going to make you pay your taxes, because that is only fair. We're going to make those corporations who have paid less in taxes, than my child's school teacher, we're going to make them pay their fair share. Not a single family that is earning less than $450,000 a year. So if you're earning $500 million a year, then you will see a small increase in your taxes. But if any of you are outside listening to this and saying, what will it do to my tax burden? If you are earning less than $500 million a year, you're going to be just fine. In fact, you're going to have a tax refund because we have the child tax credit in there. We are lowering taxes for working families and middle-class families. We know that when we invest in creating jobs that pay fair wages, that include benefits like health care, paid family and medical leave, and retirement, we will help more people get those jobs and keep those jobs. Because when they are able to go home and help somebody they love who is ill in their family, then they don't have to leave that job. And that's what we should be caring about. So when is the time to get this done? As I say in my Nuevo Mexico, ahora es cuando. It's time now to get this done, because that is right. That is good for our communities. It's good for America. It's good for our women. And it's good for our planet. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, during my time this evening, my colleagues and I will be shedding light on the Democrats' illegal attempt to include mass amnesty in their multi-trillion-dollar spending package, their so-called Build Back Better bill. Frankly, this entire bill is a disaster. It will permanently cause labor shortages, crush small businesses, raise taxes, lower wages, and expand the very worst parts of our government. As one of the chairs of the House Border Security Caucus, a Texan and simply as an American, I am stunned that in the middle of the worst border security crisis we've ever faced, Senate Democrats are using the reconciliation process to try and grant mass amnesty to millions and millions of illegal aliens. We're up against more crises than any American has ever seen, too many to even keep track of anymore. But folks, this is the worst one of all. Our open borders and the President's dereliction of duty to secure our southern border will unquestionably affect every single American in this country, every single state for generations to come. Let that sink in. My friends, this isn't a talking point, it's a fact. History has shown us that amnesty erodes the integrity of our immigration system, and it breeds contempt for the law on all sides. And we're seeing this happening and unfolding before our eyes in living color. If we look back to 1986, which was the last time mass amnesty was granted, we have a clear view of what will happen if Biden and the Democrats push this plan through. Millions of jobs will be put at risk. We'll see massive waves of new illegal immigration. It's happening as we speak. And our enemies will use this avenue to enter the United States and embed themselves into our society. Listen closely. Our society, our country, our neighbors, us, America, is at stake. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, my friend.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and thank him for his leadership on this issue. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that this year has broken all historical records for illegal immigration. The CBP arrested 1.7 million foreign nationals illegally crossing our border this year. Now, that's the entire population of the states of Alaska, Wyoming, and Vermont combined. And that's a federal crime. It's a misdemeanor for the first offense. It's a felony for reentry. Yet this administration is not only not prosecuting this crime, it's actively assisting and encouraging it. Today, the Attorney General, the official responsible for prosecuting federal crimes, could not even give us a ballpark guess of how many are actually being prosecuted, and I suspect because that number is 0. He couldn't tell us what was being done to enforce the federal law that forbids hiring illegals. He wasn't aware of President Biden's Inauguration Day order to Immigration and Customs Enforcement not to faithfully execute the law. Now, I ask you, is it just possible that the administration's refusal to enforce our immigration law might just have something to do with the fact that our country is now being overwhelmed by this unprecedented incursion on our border? Ask any of the migrants, they'll tell you. The sole reason they're coming is because of the Biden administration's decision to open the border. And under Donald Trump's leadership, they say they never would have even considered making the trip because we had achieved control of our border for the first time in a generation. Yet on Inauguration Day, Mr. Biden reversed the Remain in Mexico policy, he ordered ICE not to enforce the law, and he abandoned the border wall. And this Attorney General has no idea if his department's doing anything to enforce those immigration laws. Well, Mr. Speaker, without immigration laws, we have no border. And if we have no border, then we have no country. Gallup estimates that based on their polling, there are 42 million people living in poverty in South America and the Caribbean who intend to come to the United States now that they can. I would ask my fellow Democrats on the other side of the aisle, how are American workers helped by flooding the labor market with another wave of low-wage labor? How are our children helped by filling their classrooms with non-English speaking classmates? How are our communities made safer by making it harder to deport criminal illegal aliens and gang members? How are our hospitals made more accessible by overwhelming emergency rooms with illegal immigrants demanding care? Mr. Speaker, no civilization in history has survived the mass migration that we are now watching move toward our border. And history is screaming this warning at us that countries that either cannot or will not enforce their borders simply aren't around very long. People ask me all the time now, how could this be happening to our country? Well, the answer is pretty simple. If you voted for the Democrats, this is exactly what you voted for. And if you're surprised by that, you weren't paying any attention. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McClintock. So true. Arrests by Border Patrol are at the highest levels since 1986. Ask yourself, what happened in 1986, folks? Mass amnesty. This isn't coincidental. This is cause and effect. And now I'd like to yield the next time to my friends, Mr. Scott Perry, the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank the good gentleman
Yes,
from
sir.
Texas. And since January, we haven't witnessed migration. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, we witnessed an invasion, a 200% increase over FY20. Hundreds of thousands of people coming across our border in July and August, hundreds of thousands. You would think that amid what is definitively an open border crisis, replete with numerous cases of sexual assault, rape, human and drug trafficking, proliferation of gang and cartel activity, that the United States would be working to stop criminal activity and protect its citizens. Not this president, not this administration, not the Democrat Party in this House. They can't be bothered. They keep on incentivizing this illegal invasion. And look, you can check the tape, you can watch the film. It was then Vice President Biden in 2015 actually said it. He went on film and said he wants unbridled, unstopping immigration into this country. Now, I guess maybe people thought he meant legal, but it's obviously illegal. It's crystal clear that no number of sexual assault victims, rape victims, drug overdose deaths, no number of human traffickers can ever compare to the value of achieving the highest political objective of the left, which is creating legions of new voters. That at the beginning of this reconciliation process, we saw Democrats try to provide amnesty for literally millions of illegal aliens. Amnesty. What that means is saying it doesn't matter if you break the law. We're just going to let it go. We're not going to prosecute that. Go ahead and break our law. The law doesn't matter. We're going to forgive all your crimes. When the parliamentarian wouldn't let them, they went to Plan B. Yet more millions of illegal immigrants just by moving a date. And now they're on Plan C. Amnesty, again, telling them to break our laws, to millions of illegal aliens, millions of people in our country illegally. And who's paying for it? American citizens are every single day. Let me talk to you about the payment quickly. Jared Vargas, killed by an illegal immigrant from Mexico. Vargas's body was then stuffed into a closet and left there for days. Ron Da Silva, murdered by a known gang member and an illegal immigrant. Two brothers, Daniel and Alfonso Mendez Lopez, stabbed and killed by an illegal alien. In August of this year, a 43-year-old illegal alien was charged in Frederick, Maryland, just a couple miles up the street from here, for having a sexual relationship with a 14-year-old. In August, also a drunk driver, an illegal alien, struck and killed a 3-year-old in Flat Rock, North Carolina, as she was riding her tricycle. Those are American citizens, ladies and gentlemen. The people in this building take an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and American citizens, not illegal aliens. Yet, on September 11th, an Ecuadorian national, also here illegally, stabbed his wife to death and left behind their 4-year-old child. And last Wednesday, a woman was harassed and groped for nearly 40 minutes before an illegal alien forcibly tore off her clothes and raped her on a train in Philadelphia. And they went through 20 stops as up to 10 people watched and did absolutely nothing. Continuing to incentivize people to break the law by forgiving them for breaking all our laws is going to continue to incentivize more people to break our laws and to come here in doing so. The American people deserve a government committed to their security, We must defeat this behemoth bill and this move towards amnesty. With that, I yield the balance.
Thank you. I appreciate my good friend from Pennsylvania. Thank you so much. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman, Mr. Bob Good, the gentleman from Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to identifying this as the worst of the many crises created by this president. It's hard to identify, with so many things going in the wrong direction in our country, what is the worst crisis. But the absolute worst crisis we're facing is the crisis of the illegal invasion at our southern border. I submit that never in the history of the country has our own president intentionally done more to harm the United States than this president has done in the first 10 months of his administration. Here we are, where we're on pace for over 2 million illegal aliens to cross our southern border. We're on pace. We've had over 200,000 a month for some 2 or 3 months in a row. But the good news is we're going to stop that 200,000 pace this month. We're expected to smash it by setting an all-time record with nearly 400,000 illegal crossings this month. I have been to the southern border 3 times already in my first 10 months here in Congress. Something that our president apparently has never done, Mr. Speaker, has never been to the southern border. Something our vice president apparently has never done, been to the southern border. I have been there to meet with ranchers, local law enforcement, folks who live at the Border Patrol, who are living every day with what's happening at our southern border. Everything and everyone that crosses the southern border does so under the control of the Mexican cartels. There is no compassionate piece to our border situation, our immigration policy at our southern border, when you've got drug trafficking, human trafficking, child trafficking, sex trafficking, as people are coming through all kinds of terrible conditions across our border. They're making every town a border town, every city a border town, every state a border state. I was there to witness illegals being placed on planes as we flew back from McAllen, Texas, who were being flown wherever they wanted around the country. When we asked my colleague from Illinois asked the lady beside her to show her the paperwork from DHS, and it said, you have to report at a date to be determined in Miami. We'll get back in touch with you and have you report to a court date. No specific time, no specific way on how we're going to get control of that person. Get used to, American people, what we're seeing from the Haitian crisis at the border, the 15,000, 25,000 that assembled most recently, and they're being not stopped, not being sent home, but distributed into the interior of our country. Now we find out they're even flying them during the night to places around the country at taxpayer expense. They're not trying to fix it, they're trying to hide it from the American people. They are willfully, intentionally, purposefully facilitating this invasion of our southern border. You have to ask why. Why is this happening? Why would an administration, why would a majority party, Democrat Party, support this invasion at our southern border, no borders, why would they intentionally stop the already funded completion of the southern border wall? Why, just because it was started by the previous president? Why would we pay contractors not to complete the wall? Why would we allow hundreds of thousands a month to come across our border unvetted, whether it's because of with a health issue or a criminal background or whatever the reason is? Why would they allow that to continue to happen? In the short run, it's because it's Democrat voters. In the long run, it's because they don't believe in American exceptionalism. They don't believe it's worth preserving the culture of our country, and they want to change our country to look like socialist Europe. And I yield back. Thank you to the distinguished gentleman from Texas.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from Virginia. Thank you so much. And with that, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the President's theme, Build Back Better, just can't pass a straight-face test. In reality, it's more like a demolish America faster. If you really think it builds America back better, your view of America is a lot different than most of the people I know. We grew up in America where college professors taught students how to think, not what to think. An America where you could express your thoughts on any subject without having the media collude with big tech to censor you through bullying, intimidation, or bogus so-called fact checks. We grew up in America where parents were encouraged to support the education of their children, not targeted by the Department of Justice as domestic terrorists or telling the school board members they think they're going in the wrong direction. We grew up in America where immigrants, like most of our predecessors, our ancestors, were welcomed if they came here legally. I can move to Mexico, but it would be impossible for me to become a Mexican. I can move to Honduras, but I can never become Honduran. I can move to Somalia, but it would be impossible for me to become a Somalian. And on it goes. But it's possible for people from other countries to come here and become Americans. And if they worked hard and played by the rules, they could build a better future for themselves and their families. They could achieve the American dream. That's why people risk their lives, and some have died, trying to come to this country. No other countries with the kind of policies you're trying to force down the throat of Americans is like that. Yes, we lived in America where most folks, unless they're plagued with affluenza, wokeness, entitlementitis, or Trump phobia, believed they lived in the greatest and the freest country in the history of the world. Pre-COVID-19, we lived in America with the lowest unemployment rate in decades, the lowest African American and Hispanic unemployment rate since they began keeping records. An America that was energy independent, an America with mostly fair elections, and an America with secure borders. And speaking about secure borders, let's be clear, there is a crisis at the border, even though the President, the Vice President, and most of my colleagues across the aisle deny it. Coming into our country illegally does not make someone a legal immigrant, any more than someone breaking into your house makes them one of your family. You see, most people know there's a difference between legal immigration and the illegal invasion that we're witnessing right now. Proposed mass amnesty will only encourage others to come and try illegally. It's not hard to see where you're coming from. You know, based upon the false promise that he would unify America, President Biden got into the Oval Office, and my friends on the other side of the aisle gained a razor-thin majority in the House and the Senate. But you know, we all know, everybody knows, the unification promise was a lie, and your majority is going to be short-lived. So you must feel compelled to rush through a radical agenda before the midterms. Now, people are understandably frustrated. Actually, they're very angry, and they're not going to sit back and take it much longer. Instead of the bogus Build Back Better plan and reconciliation plan, you know what they want? They want you to help put America back where you found it and leave it the hell alone. Let's go, Brandon. I yield back.
I thank my friend from the gentleman from Florida so very much. You know, we're not against immigration. Most of us are the children of immigrants. My own daughter-in-law is a naturalized citizen, but we have to do it the right way, and that's exactly what we're here to do. So with that, I would like to, Mr. Speaker, to take the time to yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you very much, Representative Babin. I appreciate being given a couple minutes here. Today, I had a chance to speak to Attorney General, ask some questions to Attorney General Garland, and talking about what is happening at the Department of Justice. And what became very evident as we were having our question and answer today is that there's two sets of rules in America. And it starts with our immigration system, where we're seeing people come across our southern border, people being imported from all parts of the world, and they are getting free from the American people. They get food stamps, they get free housing, they get all of those things that are free, while Americans have to pay for it. One of the questions I posed to the Attorney General is in regards to Facebook. And I think that very much highlights that there's two sets of rules in America. Recently, the Facebook Vice President, William Castleberry, said, "We do allow people to share information about how to enter a country illegally or request information about how to be smuggled." Don't you think an administration, in particular an Attorney General, would be concerned about that? Let me read to you Title 8, U.S. Code 1324. It makes it illegal for any person to knowingly encourage or induce an alien to come to, enter, or reside in the United States in violation of law, or for individuals to aid or abet illegal entry. Yet Facebook is allowed to do that. Are they a full-blown subsidiary of the Biden administration at this point? A person has to be very concerned over the last couple months that that's what's happening. And the Attorney General would not make a commitment that he is going to investigate what is illegal activity from one of the largest companies in the United States of America, and clearly one of the most powerful countries in the United States of America. Also, what came out of our hearing today in my state is Fort McCoy. And we've been hearing stories coming out of Fort McCoy as a result of the mass migration perpetrated on the American people by the Biden administration over the last 2 months. We found out very early on that there was no SIV process that was going on, no special immigrant visa process. They were just being waived in on parole. We found out that people could leave anytime that they want to. We found out that 600 people were in quarantine with measles, COVID, and tuberculosis, just being allowed into our country. We found out that there would be people being charged with violent crimes. A man raping 2 young boys in that camp at Fort McCoy. We found out that a man was beating his wife to death at Fort McCoy. We found out at Fort Bliss that a female soldier was being beaten by Afghan men. And the American people wonder. They wonder, why are there two sets of rules? And my good friend and colleague, Representative Perry from Pennsylvania, brought up the story in regards to the rape on the Philadelphia train that has horrified Americans. The assailant was an illegal immigrant with prior convictions related to sexual abuse and drugs. He should have been deported. However, he was allowed to stay in the United States after an appeals board determined that his prior sex crime was not serious enough to merit his removal. I asked the Justice Department, how serious does a sex crime have to be? This is the two sets of rules that we're seeing in America. And they're seeing it in a stark basis with the mass migration that is coming into our country. And we have an Attorney General that is being urged by school boards across the country to entertain the use of the Patriot Act on mothers and parents. We won't use the Patriot Act on people who propose to come into the United States of America illegally, but we'll use it on our own citizens. Something is wrong, America. I yield back.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. In case you missed it, House Democrats actually rejected the Republican efforts to block amnesty for illegal aliens who are gang members or have gun charges or sex offenders, as Mr. Tiffany just said, or who have multiple DUI offenses. It's lunacy. All you can say is it's lunacy. So with that, I yield the floor to my friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding time. And Mr. Speaker, the flow of illegal aliens into the United States is out of control. President Biden stopped building the wall, brought back the Obama-era catch-and-release policy and rolled out an open borders agenda that is now devastating our country. More than 1.3 million illegal aliens have been apprehended at our border since January, and the men and women of the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol are preparing for another surge of up to 400,000 foreign nationals sometime this month. We must invest in border security now, but instead, Washington Democrats are pushing a radical $5 trillion tax and spend package that will only make our borders and our border crisis worse. This package includes zero funding for border security, grants blanket amnesty to 10 million illegal aliens, while providing them with $100 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits. The border crisis is real. Democrats' far-left socialist reconciliation package would only make it worse. With that, I thank you and I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keller. We appreciate that. Now I would like to yield the floor to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Buddy Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.